Welcome to the Foul Play YouTube channel, Reading with the Crew.
Thank you so much there, Jack61, and welcome, beautiful people. Thank you for joining us. Let me assure you, today is going to be a very, very interesting podcast. There's a lot to unpack today. Welcome, everyone. My name is Dr. Silkman, and I'm from the Foul Play team. I'm not going to waste too much time this morning or today or this evening, wherever you're from. Welcome, everyone. What I'd like to do first, before we start the podcast, I'd like to introduce my panel for a quick hello, especially for those who are new to the channel. First of all, we have Jack61. Jack61, how are you coming along, good sir?
Very well, Doc. Thank you very much. Hello to all my fellow panel members that have come today and to everyone in the live chat. I think we're going to have a little bit of a sparky discussion today.
I think so, Jack61. Thank you so much there.
Looking forward to it.
Fantastic. Thank you. Next on the panel, we have Alice. Alice, welcome. I think there we go.
Yeah, there we go. I'm talking away and I was muted. Hi, Doc. Hi, everyone on panel. Hello to the lovely people in chat. It's great to see the regulars, and it's also great to see the new people that are coming in and joining now. There's one there, Purple Lilacs. First time catching part of a live, but I always listen later. Keep up the public awareness. From Manitowoc, Wisconsin. Oh, well, it's great to have another person from Wisconsin. We do have a few people that join us in chat from there, so welcome and thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Alice. And look, guys, we really do welcome all the new people. Your feedback has been awesome. We read all your comments. We take it all in. And look, it's fantastic that we're getting new people, new voices, new people looking at the case. And furthermore, you guys in chat, especially asking some really tough questions. And that's awesome. Thank you so much. Next, I'm very honored to present Duke. Duke, how are you going, good sir? And welcome to the panel.
Well, thanks, Doc. It's great to be here. Hello to everyone on the panel and in chat. I'm excited for another episode here. Looking forward to it.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Duke. Pleasure. Great to have you here. Next on the list, we have, I don't recall how you're coming along today. Oh, thank you. I think some problems there with the mic, but I'm sure they'll get sorted out. Next, we have Susan. Susan, how are you coming along?
I'm great, Doc. Hello, panel. Hello, chatters. Hello, lurkers. Let's get to it.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you, Susan. Next, we have Sister Just Rhonda. Welcome, Just Rhonda. How are you coming along?
Thank you, Doc. I'm doing well. And hello, everyone.
Awesome. Awesome. And next, we have my partner in crime, Neverly. Neverly, how are you doing?
Hey, do not incriminate us in any silly activities, Dr. Silkman. Boss,
True.
yes.
True.
No self-snitching over here. Hello, everybody. Glad to be here. Welcome, everyone. And I'm really excited about this episode. So let's get on it.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much there, Neverly. Thank you very much. Jack61, if we can actually have the first slide. I noticed that you've put the first slide up of Teresa Halbach. And guys, that's what we're all here for. We're here to find out what happened to Teresa Halbach on that fateful day on October the 31st, 2005, where Teresa Halbach was brutally murdered. And she was only 25 years old. It really was a tragedy. We're here to find out the truth. And I don't mean that in a flippant manner. We're here to find out the truth of what happened that horrible day, no matter where the truth may lie. And the only way is to keep on digging and asking and answering the hard questions. I think we'll get closer to the case. Alice, do you see people in chat? We've got a lot of people in chat already. Are you able to call out who's in chat? And Jack61, if you can put up our title slide, that'll be
Yep,
awesome.
I sure can, Doc. I'm just scrolling up the top here. We've got Josh Rhonda, who's in chat and on panel. We've got Jazz Naz. Hi, Jazz Naz. We've got Crockett Thompson, Rhonda SD, Gloria, JD, our lovely Dark Side of the Moon. We've got Anthony Hills. We've got Nan's Life 7. Hi, Nan's Life. We've got Passive Bear. Hi, Passive Bear. We've got the lovely Cher and Angie Dickinson. Hello, ladies. We've got Graham Moss. We've got Purple Lilacs, as I said. Welcome to Foul Play. Glad you could catch her alive with us this time. We've got Random Pieces. Hi, Random Pieces. Lovely to see you. Duke is in chat as well as on panel. Susan is in chat as well as on panel. We've got the lovely Colette M. Hello, Colette M. Lovely to see you. We've got our good friend, Wooden Pallet, Pete Moss in chat. Hi, Pete Moss. We've got Justine J. Hi, Justine. Great to see you. We've got Brother Yoris. Hi, Brother Yoris.
Welcome.
JD, let's see, we've got JPS. Hi, JPS, lovely to see you back with us. We've got A Blue. Hi, A Blue, lovely to see you. Anthony D has joined in. We've got Jane of Dane. Hi, Jane, lovely to see you. Mr. T1 is in chat. Hello, sir, lovely to see you.
Mods, watch that.
We've got another newcomer, Nancy Hand. Thank you, Phil, for giving a place to go where you know you will get the truth about everything on this case. Thank you. Thank you very much, Nancy. That's very nice of you to say, and that's what we're here for, is to put the truth out there. We've got Ronald D. Cass. Hello, Ronald. Lovely to see you. We've got the beautiful Rhonda SD. We've got Sherry Lynn Pontillo. Hi, Sherry Lynn.
Welcome.
We've got our legal eagle, Travis, is in chat. Hi, Travis. Lovely to see you.
Great to see you.
I think that's everyone so far, Doc. If I've missed you, it might have been that you were on the top of the chat before the live went live. So just pop another wee hello in there and we'll get your name a shout out when we come to a wee break.
Awesome. And remember, thank you very much there, Alice. If you have any questions, put a Q in front of your question and we'll try and answer your question during the podcast. But welcome, guys. I said, yeah,
sorry,
Alice.
Doc, behind the magic, just snuck in there at the bottom.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Well, welcome, guys, especially for the new people. My name is Dr. Silkman. I'm from the Foul Play team and I'm from Adelaide, South Australia. If you're new on our chat, please tell us where you're listening from. That'll be awesome. Well, look, guys, welcome to the podcast. Like I said, today we have a lot to unpack. Neville and I, many, many months ago, probably close to a year ago, we put together a new podcast series entitled Reading with the Crew, where we have been reading specific passages from John Ferak's book entitled The Wrecking Crew. And today we are on actually part 28. And this is the 51st podcast, the 51st episode in the series. So we've achieved a lot. But however, it would be remiss of us not to make any comment on a docuseries that's being shown at the moment, Convicting a Murderer. So in essence, we've sort of diverted a little bit and we're going to focus a little bit, give a little bit of attention on Convicting a Murderer. So this goes hand in hand actually with what we're doing at the moment. So we're very fortunate. We're running parallel with what is being shown and what will be shown on Convicting a Murderer. So guys, if you've been following the series, we're actually on chapter 14 entitled The Canine Noses. I do believe this is one of the most important chapters in John Ferak's book. So guys, if you really enjoy our podcast, please subscribe, like our podcast, hit the thumbs up button, put your DNA on the thumbs up button, and please share our podcast. The more people that get to hear about it, the better. And we've really been heartened and buoyed by the fantastic comments, both with Reading with the Crew and with our open mic series. As you know, we were very, very lucky to have Travis come on with Kelly and do some presentations. Their wisdom and their knowledge, especially in the legal sense, especially with Travis, has been first class. And we thank Travis, and we hope we interact with Travis a lot more. That's been absolutely awesome. So guys, don't forget to please hit the notification bell so you don't miss out on any podcasts. Today, as I said, is going to be a very special episode. Why? Because what we're going to do initially, I don't know how long this podcast will go for, but what we're going to do is we're going to do an analysis of episode 6 of Convicting a Murderer. I'm going to ask the question, were there any revelations in that particular episode? I've personally felt, I don't know what anybody else in chat or on the panel had felt, but really the first 4 to 5 episodes were essentially about a character assassination of Stephen Avery. In episode 6, they're now starting to look at the forensic evidence, and that certainly got me very, very interested. We're going to cover some of the questions that were covered in episode 6. Some questions are very confronting, let me tell you right now. Also, if time permits, I'm going to actually prove to you that the presence of the MTSO officers that were on the Avery salvage yard and elsewhere actually was not an issue at all for the investigators. I'll actually prove that to you. It was not an issue. You know how we kept on talking about the fact that there was this perceived conflict of interest? Well, really, it wasn't an issue at all. And this had a very, very detrimental effect on one particular person, which we'll talk about, and that was the coroner, Deborah Kakich. That's very, very interesting. The amount of double standards that was happening was absolutely phenomenal. And hopefully, if time permits, we're going to deep dive into Mickle's Quarry. And I know that researchers like Duke has got a lot of information and questions. Well, look, guys, welcome. I'm going to start the podcast in a controversial manner. Now, we have seen 6 episodes of Convicting a Murderer. I'm going to go around the panel and I want you to answer in chat. Has what you've seen so far altered your perception on Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey? Do you believe that they murdered Teresa Hallbach? Yes or no? From what you've seen in Convicting a Murderer, has your stance changed? Alice, what about you?
No, it has
Okay.
not changed.
Okay, interesting. Duke.
No, Doc. It does not change my stance.
Okay, I don't recall.
Not for me either. Not changed.
Okay. Susan.
Nope. I'm still a truther.
Okay. Jack.
Absolutely not.
Okay, interesting. Just Rhonda.
No,
Okay. Neverly.
No.
Okay,
Yourself?
interesting. Definitely not. Although I must admit, in this particular episode, there were some deep questions that were being asked, and we're going to discuss it. We're not shying away, guys. It is very, very important that we do address it. Jack 61, can we have a look at the next slide, please? So guys, what we're going to be doing, we're going to be having a look at specific elements of episode 6 of Convicting a Murderer. So we're going to put up this disclaimer notice that we'll be discussing as a form of like rebuttal. But this is not a full rebuttal, guys. Let me tell you right now, it's not a full rebuttal. It's actually commentary on episode 6, Convicting a Murderer, because they have asked, they've put down the gauntlet and have asked some very, very deep questions. So guys, please note, we're doing this as a form of rebuttal, as a form of reporting, as a form of analysis. Jack 61, can we have a look at the next slide, please? So as you know, last week, we discussed really the very first 5 episodes, and oh boy, we got very close to 1,000 views from that particular episode and a lot of feedback, which has been really, really awesome. And again, guys, today, what we're going to have a look at is Convicting a Murderer, episode 6, entitled The Key and the License Plate Call. And these are very, very important. And also John Ferak, in his book, addresses these issues. And if you look at the reading with the crew, also many of the open mics, we definitely deep dive into these particular areas. But it was very interesting getting a perspective from Andrew himself, Andrew Colburn, and his take on many things. Episode 6 covered actually much more than the key and the license plate. They really jam-packed a lot of information, and making a murderer basically were guilty of doing the same thing, packing a lot of information. Boom, boom, boom. It was very, very hard to digest and break down. But fear not, guys. We will unpack it here on the show, right? So we're going to have a look at what was presented in Convicting a Murderer, episode 6. Jack 61, can we have a look at the next slide? I do want to warn people, though. I really want to warn people that there are plenty of triggers in this episode. Right, Jack 61? Do you have any comments? I just wait for Jack 61. I think your microphone is muted.
Yeah, I had to get to another screen. Yeah, there are. And I'm going to tell you, well, we'll talk about it when we get to it, but the license plate call, got serious problems here. And I'm not saying that Colburn was looking at the car. I'm telling people right now, based on what information we have from the state, Calumet, blah, blah, blah. I'm telling you, from my perspective, I don't know. I don't think he was, but I don't know that because there's questions. Anyway, we'll get to it.
Yes. All right. Now, guys, I want everyone to have an open mind, be fair, be honest, be equitable. So, Jack 61, can we have a look at the very first slide, please? So this is Convicting a Murderer, episode 6. Now, a large component of this episode was looking at Andrew Colburn, Andy, and he basically gave an explanation of what he did in regards to calling in the plate number, the license plate number of Teresa Hallbach's RAV4. And as you know, there's been a lot of controversy, both good and bad, regarding Andrew Colburn. And it's very, very interesting that it took many, many years. I believe it was Rookie. Is that correct, Jack 61? Rookie finally got the timestamps for the MTSO calls. It took several years. Is that correct, Jack 61, from my understanding?
Well, that's kind of true. The problem is with the calls that we got from MTSO, the calls that Rookie got originally were not timestamped. They were just labeled with the phone number, I think a day, but they were all labeled track 1, track 2, and so on and so forth. But they did not have any metadata. They could not be specifically tied to a specific time. Then last year, There was another open records request after Larry Ladvana retired from MTSO, the records custodian, and Major Cummings took over. Suddenly, he was able to find 22 more CDs, DVDs that had been denied to Rookie. Now, the calls from those, some of them are specifically timed and dated. Now, there are others that are a range, like, from November 3 to November 12 for a specific line. They're kind of, those are in the miscellaneous playlist, but we do have a better grasp. Still not perfect, but at least it's something to build on. But the original calls, we did not know. The original 30 calls that Beating and String got in August of 2006 after Remiker admitted he'd been listening to calls and so forth in that hearing, they got 30 calls on a CD that were undated and the timestamp stripped off. So why? You got to ask the question, why would they do that? And why are the calls that we got also the metadata was completely stripped? It's number one, it's not legal. They're not supposed to do that at all. And number two, I'm going to make one more comment. Maybe I should make it now, or maybe I can. Well, anyway, there's a scene in episode 6 where Brenda's talking about this CD of calls that Beating and String got. Well, I'm not going to say who got that CD, but they did years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And she said those calls were in chronological order, and they were. However, the first person that got those and put them on YouTube removed the Colburn call out of removed it and listed it separately. And you got to wonder why someone would do that. And I can tell you, it was a guilter that did it. That's all I got to say.
Right. Thank you so much,
Wow.
Jackson. Susan, any comments?
Just wow.
Just wow. Yeah, correct. To me, listening to Andrew's story was actually very, very compelling. So here's basically what the conclusions were from discussing the license plate call by Andrew Colburn. And as a consequence of Making a Murderer, especially season 1, Andrew Colburn had received a huge amount of personal abuse and threats to both him and his family. And they played some of those calls during the episode. And I just want to say that absolutely no one deserves to be abused and threatened, especially himself and his family, in the manner that he was. It is simply very, very shameful that occurred. I'm positive that was not the intentions of the filmmakers. But remember, they only showed snippets of Andrew's testimony in court. And yes, there was evidence that Mam had edited some of his responses and to his reactions to questions, right? So the overarching question is, did the Mam producers do this deliberately? Did they do so to make Andrew look much more guilty than he was? So these are deeper questions. And I'm sure that no one here on the panel and in chat condones that type of behavior. However, Andrew was a target and his family was a target of abuse. And on behalf of everyone here at Foul Play, and I'm sure everyone here will agree, we apologize to him because that is that's reprehensible, shocking, and you cannot condone that behavior. Jack 61.
I can tell you, Doc, from my experience from coming up on 8 years in the community, I can tell you there's not a real truther that will accept and say that kind of shit is okay at all. Not at all. No matter how you feel about what he may or may not have done, you don't do that. You don't call and threaten a guy, threaten his family, his livelihood, his life, his family. It's completely out of the realm of what you do if you're a real truther and somebody that is just trying to get at the full story. You don't do that. That's anger over something, and they're taking it out on Andy, and I don't agree with it at all. I can tell you that right now. Never did.
Correct. I agree. And I'm sure everyone here on the panel and in chat believes in the same way. And like I said, heartfelt apologies, Andrew. Certainly none of that derision has come from us. We would never promote anything like that. Alice, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I mean, just the fact when it comes to Andy Colburn, no, he shouldn't be getting threatening phone calls and things like that. These people that do that, I do not understand their logic of doing that whatsoever, because it's not going to make any difference apart from make the person feel shitty, you know. But the thing that bothers me is both Andy and Convicting are trying to say that Ma'am ruined Colburn's career and his life, and that's not true. Him dropping his pants and dipping his wick somewhere else is the problem. It has troubles in his family life. You know what I mean? Not just doing to Ma'am. And people always say, oh, but Ma'am done this to him, Ma'am done that to him. No. Cheating on his wife. And that's the reason why his family left. No, because of what happened in Ma'am. And people need to remember that. You know, so I just wanted to put that out there. Yes, what happened to him with the phone calls and everything like that, like you say, Doc, none of us condone that behaviour, because there's no need for it, because it doesn't go anywhere. You know what I mean? It really doesn't. But to say that Ma'am destroyed his life is untrue and lies. And another thing, Convicting is doing exactly what Ma'am is doing by leaving information out. And we went over a lot of that in the last episode that we did about what information that they've left out with phone calls and everything like that. So they're hypocrites to sit there and spew about Ma'am editing stuff left, right and centre when they've done exactly the same thing for their product to make their product get viewership.
Correct. Thank you very much, Alice. Neverly, do you have a comment?
Yes, Alice brought up a good point, how he claimed that Ma'am ruined his life and marriage, where in fact afterwards it was revealed that he had an affair and that's what caused it. And, it's his life, he can do whatever he wants. But here's a question.
Yes.
What did Andy do here? He willingly lied in court, basically in his, statement, for something big like this, that Ma'am ruined his life, his marriage. He lied about that. He was willing to lie in order to win the case, right?
Well,
See where I'm going with this?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Just keep that in the back of your mind.
Yep, correct. And we and Jack 61 through the open mics, we have gone through Andrew's civil suit against Netflix, and it didn't end too well for him. So it'd be interesting to see what the producers of Convicting a Murderer have to say. Maybe they were banking that Andrew was going to win the civil suit, but he didn't. But there are greater questions here. And that is, I believe that Andrew Colburn was left to hang and dry in court. It's very interesting that, yes, he did cop a lot of abuse, and his family copped a lot of abuse. And he didn't deserve that. He really never deserved that. Now, he did call in the number plate, the license plate. And if you're a casual listener, and you listen to Making a Murderer, you would be rightly very suspicious of him calling in the plate. Alice, do you have a comment?
Couple from chat, Doc.
Yes.
Ronica Clark has joined us. Hi, Ronica. Lovely to see you. And
Welcome.
Tina Sage has joined us as well. Hi, Tina. And Under Your Scars. Hello, it's great to see you. It's Anthony House as well. Ronica says, Andy ruined his own life. He lied on the stand where he was when he called in the plates. because when he called in the plates, but he can't remember a decade. He can remember a decade later that where he was on his day off. Yeah, we talked about that and the other one.
Can you read
Travis,
T1's comment? And Travis's
yeah,
too?
yeah, I'll get Travis first and then I'll get T1's comment. Travis says, however, I will say this. Colburn made it a point to walk Stephen in and out of the fucking courtroom every opportunity. Same with Brendan. He was determined to be a public official in the decimation case. Yeah, I totally agree, Travis. Totally agree. T1 says, I believe the reason Andy Colburn points the finger at Mam filmmakers for the downfall of his life, because up until Mam debut, his lies weren't exposed, and now he continues to lie and not take responsibility. Yeah, completely. I completely agree with every one of these statements from Ronica, Travis, and T1.
Yep. The main problem is this, right? When you present information in court, it is regarded as the truth. Now, convicting a murderer has given a voice to Andrew and others that they can now, many, many years later, provide an explanation for what they did, why they did it. The problem is this: if you're going to give Andrew that opportunity, you also have to give Brendan Dassey and Stephen Avery that very opportunity as well, right? There's no point in saying that Stephen is such a bad guy, you can't believe him, you can't trust him. And now they give Andrew that opportunity to explain, well, I called in the number plate. I had to do so because I was on a scratch pad. I had my my phone or wherever it was to my ear, and I was driving, and I couldn't do this and I couldn't do that. The question is that you've got to present your best foot, your best case in front of a judge, in front of a jury, right? It's no point in coming back years later and trying to explain your actions and yourself. I believe that Andrew was his own worst enemy in court. He did not know the day, he sort of guessed basically the day that he made the call in of the plate, but he didn't have a time, right? A record. And it's very interesting that I guess Jack 61, the reason why they didn't want to play that call and get the timestamp is that the state would have then had to have handed over all of the calls to the defense, right, Jack 61?
Absolutely. I mean, you got 30, dispatch and whatever calls out of literally thousands, and Buting and Strang had already asked for all that. They had asked for it actually at least twice, maybe 3 times. I can't remember, but they had already asked for all these dispatch calls from Manitowoc and Calumet, and didn't get any of them until August of 2006. Basically, 5-6 months after they had taken the case. The truth is, Loy should have had those calls.
Correct.
He was on the case for 100 days, so he should have had a copy already, and he didn't.
Correct. And it was only because Remica basically blurted out that he had listened to the calls that the defense were basically asking, what calls are you talking about? And that's why they had to hand over some of the calls over to Stephen Avery's defense team. Alice, do you have a comment?
To remember as well about Mam, I mean, convicting, saying that they changed this and they made law enforcement look bad and everything else, and especially for newcomers that are just joining the case and everything like that as well. What you've got to remember is everybody that you're seeing for law enforcement, for Fassbender, to Uyghur, to Kratz, to Colburn, they were all asked to participate in MAM, and they all declined. They all said no. So that is their own fault. They could have easily have came in and defended their actions while Laura and Moira were making this documentary. You know what I mean? But they declined to do that. So now that there's one that's came out that is more on their side, then they're happy to sit and talk bullshit about the Averys and everything else and still think that they done a good job, you know. But Travis says in chat, what AC and versus Netflix suit made clear is that documentaries are still show business. The choice of music, editing, when and how to end an episode before the next one. We all knew this.
Of course.
Yeah.
You got to make it entertaining.
That's correct. And in actual fact, this is exactly the same premise that Convicting a Murderer has done. Exactly the same. In fact, you can run both Making a Murderer and Convicting a Murderer side by side and actually determine the same elements that were used by both docuseries. They pattern match each other. So essentially, Cam is using the successful elements of MAM and simply duplicating them. Jack61, thank you, Alice. Jack61, do you have a comment?
I've got two comments, and that's exactly what they did, right down to the danger music. That's exactly what they did. And yet, all these years, they have bitched and griped about Making a Murder and how they did this, and they copied them. It's ridiculous. Anyway.
Yes, they have copied it. Jack61, do you have another comment?
I do. I've got it on screen, actually, and we can show this again later, but I just want to make sure everybody understood about the Colburn call and get this in your head. He was the Road Patrol Sergeant on November 3, 2005. There was it's called an ATL. I'll zoom this in here. At 6:37 p.m. on the 3rd, there was an attempt to locate. That's what that stands for. This is a clip.
ATL.
Yep, ATL, attempt to locate. This is a clip out of incident number 8844 that was got many years ago. And I'll zoom this back out. Anyway, this is an attempt to locate for Teresa Marie Hawa. Got her date of birth blanked out there. Vehicles listed to Teresa is a 99 Toyota RAV4, dark green in color. Wisconsin rear plate SWH 582. How the hell this come up? Now, I've talked to Sapricop many times, about it, and this is this attempt to locate there would have been some type of audible something come over his in-car unit, computer, whatever, his little. I know they were a little bit more. They weren't super fast computers, but they had something. There would have been some kind of audible indicator that this ATO went out, and he could have pulled it back up at any time. My question though is, how did he miss it? What happened? He's the road patrol sergeant. So
I think Jack61, what you said is extremely damning. Andrew Colburn has experience in calling license plate numbers in, correct?
Yeah.
He has that experience. He would do that almost on a daily basis.
Sure.
But for some strange reason, he had to call dispatch to get reconfirmation of information that was available to him over the air networks. And he stated that it was Weget that gave him that information. Otherwise, how was he going to get it? Essentially contradicting himself, right? Because Andrew, that's what he does. That's his role. That's his job. He's obviously on the road in patrol. He's probably called in hundreds of number plates, right? Because he's actually next to the vehicle. He's found the vehicle. For him to do so.
Yeah, I'm sure he has, Doug. Yeah, go ahead. No.
Yeah, to me, that is actually quite damning. Maybe in this particular case, there was an exception. But remember, if you're a casual listener and you're watching Making a Murderer and you hear this information, you are very, very suspicious of his action and his activity. It's not that MAM made you direct your suspicions. What Andrew did was very suspicious by its nature. Jack61, would you agree?
I would, and I've got one more comment, then I'll take this off the screen and we can move on. It's actually worse because there's a radio call, and I can play it later. It's like 28 seconds, where he's on the radio with Remaker, and then he makes the call on his cell phone. So clearly
Right.
his radio works, but this excuse that he comes up with, I know you want to talk about the scanner and all that, it's actually worse. So anyway, I'm just going to leave it there, and we can talk about the rest a bit later. I'll take this off the screen.
Thank you, Jack61. I've got Neverly. Sorry, Neverly. You've got a question?
No, I had a comment a while ago while we were talking about Colburn crying that he was wrong somehow. This is how I see it. Up until ma'am, how much exposure did Wisconsin criminal justice system get? Like exposure, I'm talking about to the millions of people. Not
Prior
much.
to man?
Yeah,
Zero, I
prior to
would
man.
say.
Zero, exactly. So to me, taking into consideration how we were investigating Wisconsin, that area of Calumet County and Manitoba County and rural area of Wisconsin, and we came across the information that and understanding that that they had generational cops. Therefore,
Yes.
Yes. Dads, sons, grandsons, and so forth. And everybody going to school together and everybody knowing each other and somehow being related to each other because it's a small place. I mean, it's a small gene pool, right?
Yeah,
So,
but don't forget, Neverly, Stephen's own uncle was in the MTSO. His own uncle
that's what I'm
was in
saying.
the MTSO.
Yeah.
Yep, correct.
Yeah.
Good point.
So, up until man, these police officers could go up on the stand and say whatever they like to say and hold that as quote unquote their truth. And none would be the wiser because who's going to question them? Who's going to scrutinize that their truth? Who is going to investigate? Who is going to FOIA the records? Who's going to deep dive into all of this to figure out if they lied or not?
And what you just said highlights the fact, in my opinion, why none of them appeared on MAM, because they never
Yes.
thought that this was going to go anywhere. They never thought that MAM was going to explode in the manner that it did. So they felt that there was no need for them to talk to the directors.
Or
film.
maybe they were afraid. They didn't want to open up the Pandora's box. So mom is the word.
That's a possibility. And I think you do make a good point, Neverly, because remember what
Of
Sheriff
course I do.
Peterson
I'm
said?
kidding.
Remember what Sheriff Peterson said to his staff the moment Stephen got exonerated: do not talk to anyone. So
Yeah,
it was
that was a
basically,
memo. Yeah.
keep your mouth shut. Yes, a memo was
Yeah.
put out. Keep your mouth shut. Do not disclose. Do not discuss. That's precisely what the majority of law enforcement did when it came to the filmmakers. Neverly, any
Yes.
other point?
Well, I could actually, this struck a chord with me because basically they have been able to do whatever they want, however they want it, and nobody could do anything to them. We still cannot, even with this worldwide media and public attention to this case. I'm not talking about the documentary. I'm talking about the Teresa's murder.
Correct.
How many eyes are looking into this? How many people are investigating?
Now,
A lot. And to this
Correct.
point, they still will not get in trouble for their misconduct.
Potentially.
Potentially.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank
Up until now. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Neverly. Sorry, guys. Susan, did you have a comment? I'll get you on in a sec, Duke. Susan.
Something just occurred to me looking at that ATL, that it was called in at 6:37. I think that's the time that Andy was actually talking to Stephen, was it not? On the 3rd?
I'd have to look at his MTSO report. But remember, when he didn't report anything for 8 months, 7 months, whatever the hell it was. It wasn't until the following year he even wrote a report.
Yeah,
Right.
he wrote a report many
I
months.
mean, I'm not making excuses. I mean,
Sure.
it would still be on the computer, and they still had the meeting before he went out to Zippers.
That's right. I mean, it's possible it's in that.
Office.
It's probably in that time frame. But the problem, of course, being when he writes a report 7 months after the fact, to me, it's useless. Why bother?
Yeah,
Hey,
absolutely.
That's
Or he,
right. You got to. Yeah,
The
you have
thing
to
that
do.
that the thing that
Sorry.
occurred to me was when he was trying to say that he was writing on his knee and he couldn't read his writing. Well, if he couldn't read his writing, how did he give the number to her? Why didn't he just call and say, "Hey, what was that number on that missing girl's license?" You know,
uh-huh,
I don't know.
uh-huh.
Correct.
I
Correct.
find it very suspicious.
Correct. Correct. But Jack 61 is correct. Andrew Colburn, he doesn't write reports until he's either asked to write reports, or he doesn't write reports until many, many months, or in some cases, years later. Duke, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I did. Sorry, I had to step away for a
not
few
at all.
minutes there. Hopefully, I'm not repeating too much here, but just a few comments, I guess, just on that call. One of the things that I like to do, really with anything in this case, because there's so much, I try to keep notes, on certain aspects of the case. And one of the notes that I had, I was actually looking back at it earlier today, and kind of just preparing for this evening, but I think it's important to remember that, and Kathleen has put this in one of her motions, this voice that's in the background on Andy's side of the call there. I know that she said that she enhanced it, and this person saying the car's here. I sometimes hear that, I sometimes don't, and that's not really the point. I think the point for me is that it's pretty clear that someone else is in the background on Colburn's end of that call. I think that's a big deal because he's not supposed to be with anyone else at that point.
No, that is true. That is true. Sorry, Duke. Continue.
Well, just I was gonna say, Colburn in and of itself. I don't know if you touched on the calls that he was getting. I would never condone those types of threats that he was getting towards
Yes.
Himself or his family, whatever it might be. He definitely deserves some criticism, and he was in a position of power that, in my opinion, he took advantage of. But that being said, he's a really bad liar, and it's a textbook situation here where one of the hardest things about lying and maintaining that lie is being consistent with your story. And what we see
correct.
with Andrew is his story is all over the place. And there's some big red flags about his now, and I don't know how many years ago this section was filmed, but for him to have a kind of play-by-play on his day and what he did on the 4th of November. But in 2007, when he was being interviewed, he said he had no recollection of what he did that day. This whole I was writing on my knee while I was driving and I couldn't read it. We've never heard that before.
Correct.
So it's telltale signs of someone who's doing their best to maintain this lie, but no matter how good you might think you are, your story will be inconsistent, and that's what we're seeing here.
Correct. I agree, Duke. Thank you so much. Jack 61, do you have a comment?
Just to answer Duke's question, I can't answer it precisely about when Colburn was filmed. Remember, in April, I think it's April of 2018, Colburn signed an exclusivity deal with Cam. That was at the urging of Brenda and his long lawyer. They didn't want him talking to anyone else. I've said this before. I think it screwed Andy. And I think he should have been able to talk and tell his story however he wanted to tell it. It's his life. But that got I think it hurt his case. I think it hurt him personally that even if he wasn't necessarily talking about the call, he could have still talked about aspects of other parts of man that he may have appeared in, and it really limited him. And that's the truth. At the same time, Duke, I think that this was probably filmed in 2018 or 19. That's a speculative guess, but it's probably pretty close.
Yes, correct. Thank you so much, Jack 61. Neverly, did you have a comment?
It's okay.
It's all good? Okay, awesome. So look, there's no doubt Andrew did not deserve the abuse and the threats that he received and his family received. That's just simply not on, right? We all agree, and we do not condone that type of behavior. That behavior is very, very destructive. But it's also not fair to what Cam is trying to do, and that's Cam is trying to put us all in the same bucket, all the truthers into the same bucket. I think that's really being disingenuous. And basically Cam is making a murderer for brainwashing all of us. That simply isn't the case. Now, I'm going to ask the panel a question, right? Now, you've seen episode 6. You've heard the reasons that Andrew Colburn gave for why he made in the plate calls, right? I think for me, the most disturbing aspect of what Andrew did that evening was that he tried to justify using his mobile phone. Now wait for it, he didn't want the killer using a scanner to potentially listen to the fact that they were calling in the plates and looking for Teresa Hallbach. What I can't understand is the mere factor that it was the news broadcast themselves who disseminated the fact that Teresa Hallbach was a person who was missing, and they gave a description of her vehicle and her license plate number. So why would Andrew come up with the reason of using his mobile phone to call in the plates? Because he was scared that the killer was using a scanner. Now, isn't it interesting, guys, that they found a scanner at Stephen Avery's property? Remember, they made that comment when those two detectives were going through the property, that they had a scanner. Did they somehow forget that Stephen and his business, his parents' business, are involved in using police scanners in order to determine where an accident has occurred so they can arrive on the scene with their pickup truck? Neverly.
Oh, I'm sorry, I kind of phased out, but this is what I wanted to say. In
Yes.
regards to Andrew Colburn explaining, justifying what happened at the time, this is like many moons later, right? Like 17 years later. So he's older, wiser, and so forth. And I'm sure he was coached a little bit how to conduct himself on camera. However, to me, and this is just to me, his story, his explanation, his truth, his behavior, just everything all together as a whole makes him very non-believable. I don't know if I'm the only one, but whatever
No.
he says, I'm just like squinting my eyes and I'm trying to see his point. I'm trying, because every coin has two sides, right?
Correct.
But it just like the more he complicates it, the further away from the truth, I believe. What do I know? I wasn't there and I'm not him. But that's what it seems like. He's not convincing.
Correct.
No matter what he says.
Correct. I do agree with you, Neverly. But the main problem I see, and it actually gets worse for him, is that he's actually digging a greater hole for himself. He's actually making a rod for his back. He's making himself look even more nefarious than what he actually did. Duke, do you have a comment? Thank you, Neverly. Duke.
Yeah, I have a big problem with that, and again, it goes to the point of it's his attempt to fit a narrative that for the casual onlooker who might be listening and is either on the fence or is one that believes that Stephen is guilty, this is a perfect talking point and something that those people could grab onto and say like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. You know, Stephen had those scanners in his bedroom and in the business and in the truck and all that stuff. The problem is logistically, we're about a few hours into a missing persons case here.
Yes.
A missing adult. And not that that should matter too much, but it is a difference when you have a missing adult versus a missing child.
Yes.
So, for all that's been reported is that a 25-year-old woman hasn't been seen from her or talked to her family for a few days, and the excuse to be, I didn't want her killer or kidnapper to be listening to the scanner. That's it's really implausible to believe that that was his train of thinking at the time.
But it's also that's also an embedded confession on his way of thinking. And that to me is actually quite disturbing. It is an embedded confession because at that stage, Andrew Colburn, all of them should have been neutral in their thinking. That isn't that's not the case, Duke. Because remember what Ken Kratz wrote in his book, in his second edition, that on November the 3rd, right, Susan, that Mark Wiegert went to saw Kratz and said, "You're not going to believe where Teresa went or was last seen at Stephen, at the Avery." And we're thinking to myself, wait a minute, why is Stephen's name even entering on your lips on November the 3rd? It goes to show, Susan.
Well, Stephen was a celebrity at that time.
Yes.
With his wrongful conviction. He was in the news a lot. It was a big deal for law enforcement that he was exonerated, after being convicted, by their work. So I'm not surprised that he would say something like that. You're not going to believe who's involved with this.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think they immediately saw an opportunity
Correct.
to maybe
Correct.
stop that lawsuit or
Correct.
depositions or
Correct. But remember what
But
Kratz sorry, Susan.
I was just going to say the whole Andy thing in episode 6, with, like Duke said, with these changing stories, suddenly he's got better memory after so many years. He's coming up with these, he thought long and hard about this. Let's see, how do I explain exactly my actions? What,
Correct.
Stuff he didn't say on the stand.
But
he just makes
Susan,
himself look more suspicious.
Yes, but Susan, it's an admittance by Andrew that yes, he
absolutely.
did come off as suspicious during the trial. He just admitted it because that's why he now had to go back and explain himself. If Andrew had done nothing nefarious, if Andrew had just been Andrew, then there was no need for him to explain anything. That's his nature.
Anything further. Stick
That
with
is
the
correct.
story that he said and leave it at that.
That is correct. And what is disingenuous is that I'm sure that Griesbach and Brenda Schuller whispered in his ear, and maybe even Ken Kratz, to say, here is your opportunity to get back at Ma'am for destroying your life, right? So now you've got an opportunity to explain what you actually did. Susan.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he had some coaching that way to come up with explanations. I don't know. I think his guilt is making him do that too.
Correct.
Trying to save face. And the way he's so flippant throughout all of it and laughing and
very inappropriate.
Finds things humorous, and I don't know. Sorry, Andy, you're just a sus character. You just
Okay.
No matter what you say.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Susan. Neverly, I'll get to Jack 61 in a second. Neverly, did you have a comment?
Yeah, what Susan said, and for him to remember details, very, very minute details from what happened 17 years ago, right? And we know how he is with details. He I don't know. Maybe he has his long-term memory is better than short-term memory because he couldn't recall many things when he was on the stand. And truth is simple. Truth is very simple. You know exactly what you did, what you said, when, where, and how, right? By complicating all of this, by overanalyzing and explaining your actions, why didn't Andrew just say, "Hey, I was not there. Back off." You can say whatever you want, but I didn't do it. I didn't do
Correct.
it. I can't tell you why, how, or whatever. I just wasn't there. I don't know what I was doing, but I wasn't there.
Correct. And you
But
see,
he couldn't leave it alone.
no,
He
you
had
see,
to weave and wave and make this lacy, very intricate story and whatever. And the guy is just not believable. And you give
it,
him a chance to listen to his side of the story, and he's just, I mean, like he talked like a teenager, not like a
he's
grown ass man.
true. His narrative got more convoluted. That was the
Yes,
problem.
more convoluted, exactly.
Yeah.
And truth is very simple.
You're correct. He actually made his narrative actually more convoluted, which was very, very troubling in my opinion. Jack 61, do you have a comment?
2 comments. The stuff about the scanner seems to me like it was added in after the fact, because at that time, just think about 6, 7 o'clock that evening on the 3rd, or even at 9 o'clock. Number one, you said it in your explaining this part of the podcast. Why would it matter if the business or any one of the guys in the business had a scanner on in their house? That's what they do. They tow wrecked cars and so forth in the county. So that's not unusual. I mean, to me, it's not at all.
No, not at all.
It just seems to me like this is a fact that's added in after the fact to try to excuse the 922 call on his cell phone. I'm sorry, I don't buy that. Number 2, thinking about what we see in Ma'am, and we know some things were rearranged. It doesn't, to me, it didn't affect me when I first saw Ma'am. That part, it just didn't affect me. His mannerisms are what caught my attention, because his mannerisms when he was talking is what really matters. And in several of his answers, he looked down. And to me,
yes.
To me, that I'm not an expert, but when somebody's answering you and they look down, it tells me that they're not being honest. That's just, I can't say that he's lying. That's just, I've noticed that throughout my life. That's all I got to say about that.
Yep. But the thing is, guys, to be fair to Andrew, that could be his character, that could be his personality.
It could be.
That could be his traits, right?
That's right.
But then again,
it's possible.
Yeah, but then again, he, like I said, he made a rod for his own back. He was not very well prepared when he presented in court, and he did come across as being very, very shady, right? And as we learned more information about him, it made Andrew look actually worse. What I could not believe, remember, guys, what he said? Years down the track, he goes, "Oh, that phone call that I received in 95, 96, was there a connection to Stephen?" And you're thinking, wait a minute, you had no connection to Stephen back when you received the call. And now, on convicting a murderer, you admit that you had a light bulb moment, that there was a connection to the call. I think Andrew is stepping into quicksand here. He's looking really, really on shaky ground, guys. Neville, did you have a comment?
No, but there was a question, and it's kind of a little bit off topic, but it's from JD. He said, "What day did Earl and Chuck say they heard their registration, I guess, called out on the scanner?" Since we're talking about the scanners.
Yes, yeah, that's a good question. Does anyone remember that when Earl and was it Chuck heard Stephen's license plate or number plate being called out? Does
That
anyone
was the
remember
third.
that? On
When
the
Andy
third.
went out there, wasn't it? Or was it the fourth? when the
It was,
others.
it was one of those days.
Oh, I think they were
Because-
calling in Steven's truck, weren't they? I think that was the 4th.
Right. Duke, do you remember?
Well, he might be. They might be referencing. I know that there's a call where, it's Chuck talking to some officer, and he's asking about when we can get back on the property, and you hear him say something about that. We heard them run our plates or whatever it might be, and I think that was on the 6th. So there's a couple different times, and that
I think so. I think there's I think Susan is correct. I think there is an earlier time, and it could well be when Andrew Colburn went out there, because remember, Andrew wanted to originally speak with Chuck, not with Stephen, and Stephen came out of his mother's home to encounter him. So maybe they called him to say, "Oh, do you realize that your truck number or plate number had been called out?" Susan.
I'm just thinking that was when Remaker, who went with Remaker and did the walkthrough on the 4th?
Link.
Link.
Link. I'm thinking it was that then, because they went back by Steven's trailer and called in his truck plates.
That seems correct.
It was before the RAV was found. It was before the RAV was found. That is correct.
Seemed to me like it was the 4th, Susan, now that I'm thinking about it.
Yep. All right. Well, look, guys, what I'd like to do is to move on, but I want to ask the panel, from what we've discussed and what you've seen from convicting a murderer and hearing Andrew give an explanation, this is the way I see it. Okay. And, I had a good discussion with Yuriz about this as well. This is the way I see it. I see around three possibilities. Andrew actually had encountered Teresa Horbach's RAV4 and it had the license plates on them. That's one possibility. The other possibility is Andrew encountered the number plates. He found them discarded on the side of the road and he called in the plates. So he didn't see the RAV4, but he encountered the plates. Thirdly, he didn't see Teresa's RAV4 or the number plates. He just called in because that's Andrew Colburn. So the possibilities are he ran into Teresa Horbach's RAV4 with the plates on. He ran into Teresa's Horbach's RAV4 with no plates on. He found the plates. And the fourth option is that's just Andrew Colburn. He made a mistake. He was genuinely wanting to know what those plates came back to. So guys, what do you think, having listened to what Andrew said in cam and what we've just discussed, what do you think likely occurred? Alice, what are your options? What do you think?
It's just ridiculous, Doc. I mean, he can't remember things a year later, but he can remember that they didn't want to say anything because they didn't want to anybody knowing over the scanner about Teresa. It's like, really? I mean, he's just, like everybody else has said, Doc, he's making it worse for himself. Every time he talks, he opens the floodgates and it just spews out. And to me, nothing has changed from what he was in cam to what he is in this.
Okay. Thank you, Alice. Duke, what do you think? What do you think of the options?
Yeah. Let me start by saying I do feel more like a stronger conviction on like some other pieces of evidence, and there's some more to substantiate those beliefs. For this call specifically, it is hard for me to kind of fully commit, given the totality of the evidence and listening to Andrew himself. I have a very, very, very hard time not believing that he's looking at the car with the plates on it at that moment.
Okay. Thank you, Duke. What about yourself? I don't recall.
I still believe he was looking at them, and so yeah, I haven't changed.
Okay, interesting. Susan, what about yourself?
Yeah, I think he was looking at the plate. I think he was looking at the plates on the RAV. It's just, it makes the most sense to me. The other explanations that he's coming up with, they don't hold water to me. So
Okay, interesting. Thank you, Susan. What about you, Jack61?
Yeah, I'm kind of like Duke. I'm kind of torn because we need more information, and it's that vacuum. But there are surrounding events that really kind of forced me down one path that I almost feel like he was looking at that RAV, not necessarily from what we hear, but what happened after Making a Murder was released. What did Andrew do? I'll answer that question. He sends this letter to the sheriff talking about, he changed his tune about the bookcase and the key falling out.
Yes,
So
he did.
he changed that story from his sworn testimony. So that really hurts his credibility. And now, we get into episode 6, and we just heard him talk about he was, talking to Uyghur, had his cell phone, like you explained earlier. He's jotting down what Uyghur's saying, but he couldn't read his own writing because he's driving and blah, blah, blah. Again, this hurts credibility. And hey, look, he may be telling the truth. I just know what it looks like from 50,000 feet. I try to go to that reference, and it looks bad. And after we're done, if it's okay with you, Doc, I've got this 30-second radio traffic clip that happened about a minute before Colburn made the 922 call to dispatch on his cell phone. We can play it, and we'll let everybody think about that.
We will. You know the slide that you've got up, Jack61, are you able to go back to A4?
Yeah, sure.
The one with Colburn, because we haven't finished with Andrew yet. Thank you, Jack61. What
can
about
I
you?
just make a comment on what Jack just said?
Of course.
As far as the email to the sheriff, his new boss or whatever it was, and changing his story, that is admitting perjury.
It is.
Why didn't something happen with that?
Well, how are we gonna answer that one, Susan? You see, the problem is that what is presented in court is regarded as the truth. What he writes in an email is regarded as hearsay, right? And that's why Kathleen Zellner wants to place them all on the stand or get an affidavit from them. They don't want to talk to her. They don't want to give her an opportunity to go in front of a judge.
Hell no, they don't. They don't. Right? Not at all.
No.
Because now, unfortunately, Andrew is giving Kathleen Zellner more ammunition, not less. Right? I think convicting a murderer has left poor Andrew dangling rather badly. Susan, do you have another comment?
I have to agree with you. I just wanted to read Ronald Cass says it makes more sense. He was looking at the RAV because he said 99 Toyota. And I totally agree.
Yes.
If he just had the plates, why would he be saying 99 Toyota? Yeah.
Yep. Although what Jack61 said, if he had the ATL, didn't the ATL say it was a 99 Toyota?
It did, but it also had the plates on it.
True.
It had everything. So how could he have not seen that as the road patrol sergeant? I just don't understand that at all.
Yep. Look, wait. Let's get Just Rhonda's opinion. Just Rhonda, are you there?
Yes. I didn't watch episode 6. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I did not watch episode 6, so I can't give an opinion based on anything from that. But based on the fact that he lied about the way he found the key and what measures he took to, you know, twist that cabinet, just based on things, other things that I feel like he's lied about. I think he was looking at plates. I haven't seen anything
Yep.
other than what has been in episode 6, evidently, that would make me think otherwise.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Jasronda. Neville, are you there, or you
Yes,
have no
I'm here.
opinion? Okay.
Yeah. I don't know what to think. I tend to believe that he was looking at the car with or without the license plates. That's my opinion. I could be wrong, of course. But my opinion is that he was looking at the car and he was reciting the license plates. The curious part was when he said 99 Toyota, I'm like, how would he know the difference between 98 or 2000? You know what I mean? That just stood out in my mind. It doesn't have to be answered. It's okay. But then again, JD, our friend, what in chat said, he lied about it in court when on the stand. He said, I didn't say 99 Toyota. Remember
Yeah.
that? And Strang
Yes.
caught him in a lie. So, Andrew, buddy, you're not a good liar, yet you're a liar nonetheless.
Not a
Thank
good
you.
liar at all.
Not a
Sorry.
good liar.
Not
Yeah.
at all.
Yep. I'm
But still a
personally,
liar.
yes. I'm personally conflicted because either, I mean, I can't distinguish between all three options. I really can't. I can't distinguish whether he actually did encounter the RAV4, and with or without license plate numbers. And I can't distinguish whether he actually, that's Andrew, that's him. That's the way he operates. He's very, very clumsy. He's not very efficient, and he makes a lot of mistakes. I'm really torn between those options. Although Ken Kratz raised an absolute cracker, and he had a go at Rookie. Remember when they were talking about the planting of the RAV4? What is the best way to plant the RAV4? And there were 2 points that came out, and even Detective O'Neill mentioned one of them. And Kratz said, why remove the number plates? And I'm thinking to myself, okay, why would you remove the number plates? And the second point was Detective O'Neill said, I spoke to Stephen and they said they removed the number plates off the vehicles and they crumpled them. I couldn't find any report where Stephen said they removed the number plates and they crumpled them. Have you, Jack61, have you seen anything about Stephen saying that?
No. He might have been one call that I'm just forgetting, but I don't remember anything offhand, no.
Which is very interesting.
Didn't
Susan.
they say Chuck or Earl said that?
I think that's right.
Well,
I thought that maybe. Well, no, he didn't. Earl didn't say that about the number plates. He talked about the engine, transmission, gas tank, and all that.
Yes.
Well, maybe not in a report, but maybe while Brenda's interviewing him, you know.
No, but he said that Stephen told him that.
Yeah.
He said that Stephen told him that they crumpled them, that they crumpled the number plates, right? If you're thinking about a nefarious situation, if Andrew Colburn came across, say, the number plates and he kept them, right? He may not have encountered the RAV, because remember, the RAV was actually seen at the turnaround, right? It was seen off the Avery salvage yard. Now, you don't know where Andrew Colburn was all evening, every minute. He could have driven past it. He could have found the number plates discarded. You never know. But isn't it interesting that the RAV that was found by Pam of God didn't have the number plates on it? Isn't that a form of clearing Andrew, right? Because you know how we're saying, well, maybe Andrew saw the RAV4 with the number plates on it. The mere fact that the RAV4 that was found had no number plates on it, isn't that a way for the state to say, see, Andrew never saw the RAV4 with the number plates. However, that doesn't exonerate him potentially as keeping the number plates, finding them, keeping them, and placing them in his vehicle. Jack 61.
Doc, I wanted to ask if I had permission to play this roughly 30-second clip.
Yeah. Of course.
Okay. Little disclaimer before I play it. This is a clip between. Go ahead.
Yep. I was going to say, we'll get Neverly's comments first, but get the clip. Yep. Tell us about the clip.
Well, this is a clip that's between Remaker and Colburn. Dettering and Remaker drove together. They went to the Zippers. This is after they had the 8 o'clock meeting at HQ at Manitowoc. Colburn drove himself. He had already left. Then Remaker and Dettering left. Remaker contacts Colburn over the radio. And we've got this. This is just a clip of I think it's like a 2 or 3 minute radio transmission thing that we have. But this is just a 30-second clip out of that. So I want to make a disclaimer. They could be talking about a different plate for all I know because it's not explained. But considering that Colburn made the call at 9:22 on his cell phone, tells me he's talking about that plate, that Remaker's asking him about this plate. Anyway, go ahead and get Neverly.
And Remaker called at what time, Jack?
9:22.
9:22.
Yeah.
No, that's Andy's call time.
Oh, say that again. I'm sorry. 9:21.
What time did Remaker?
9:21. Yeah.
Okay.
And then 1 minute later, Andrew calls in the plates.
Correct.
Okay. Neverly, do you have a comment?
Yeah. The idea that Stephen removed the plate. Yeah. Here we go again about this conundrum. Is he idiot or a savant? If he's a savant, cleaning everything up to the point of sterility, like beyond like surgical sterility, that's all I know, like completely nothing left there to be found. And then hiding her car on his own property, which is like couldn't be stupidest idea, right? And yet removing the plates so they wouldn't know it was her car.
Yeah,
Just
but
ridiculousness of it.
Stephen conveniently leaves that massive sign that says RAV4 on the back,
RAV4,
right?
exactly. Anthony Hills had a question which is relevant to this. He said, did Avery Salvage Yard have any RAV4 registered on their yard at that time?
I don't think so. They subpoenaed the books. They went through all the books, right?
Yeah, I don't know either.
No, the RAV4 was a relatively new vehicle, if I recall, at that stage. You know, the remarkable thing is that why would Stephen place the RAV4 amongst the older rusting vehicles, then try and semi-disguise it and make it even stand out even more, right? That's you're drawing
double park in the opposite direction. Yes.
You're drawing attention to the RAV4 so it can be easily found. But before I get Jack 61 on, there's a very important clue here. And that is, where is the position of the RAV4? Where is the position of the number plates? And the answer is on the periphery. Not deeply embedded within the pit, where it's much, much more harder to find, but it's on the periphery. In other words, where someone can easily walk by and dump in the plates, right? In the station wagon. It's on the road as you walk up to Stephen's property. You look at the RAV4. The RAV4 is very, very close to a ridge, right? Where it can be driven on from the quarry. So you've got both the RAV4 and you've got both the number plates on the periphery, which means easy access to both locations. That's the key critical clue. Stephen had access to a smelter. Stephen could have gone to a river. Stephen could have used tin snips to destroy the number plate. No, what does he do? Allegedly do? Fold them, throws them in a car that's easily able to be spotted by a searcher. It
On
makes
his salvage yard.
on his salvage yard, where he could have driven anywhere in Manitowoc, tossed it in a river, buried it. No, he left it conveniently to be found, both the car and also the number plates. Yet, as Neville alluded to, he was able to expunge Teresa Hallbark from his trailer and garage, and he did so judiciously that he fooled Brutus, the cadaver dog. Jack 61. Make sense of this madness, please.
I can't. I absolutely cannot. There's just no way. Any of those would have worked and gotten rid of them right away. He could have probably even gotten a burn barrel fire hot enough to melt a license plate. They're not hard metal, so they could have been melted.
Correct.
Anyway, I'm ready to play this little clip if you guys are ready.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Yep. I don't think you won't have to do anything special. This is like a 25-30 second clip. Here we go.
Clip. We're out. Copy. I'm in the church driveway right across from the residence. Wait, any idea who that plate comes back to? You want to let Sandy know? Negative.
Any idea who that? Andy said, I'm pulled into the church parking lot. Well, Remaker first says they're on their way. And then Remaker asks, any idea who that plate comes back? Or Andy says, I'm in the church parking lot, or pulling into the church parking lot. Then Remaker says, any idea who that plate comes back to? Pause. Negative is what Colburn answers. That's pretty much the entire, well, I think that's the entire clip of their exchange. A minute later, approximately, Colburn uses his cell phone to make the call to dispatch. Now, are they the same plate? Again, I can't prove it, but come on.
They had to be talking about the same plates. Actually, that call is quite damning.
It is.
I don't think it now makes me think that Colburn didn't have a scratch pad. I think he had the number plates on his lap. Do you know who those number plates come back to? And he then calls Lynn and calls him in. That doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound good, Jack 61, at all.
Not at all.
9:21.
Yep.
And yet 1 minute later, he calls Lynn to get confirmation of what the plates are. And in court, what did he say? I got that information from Wiegert. How else was I going to get that information?
Right.
Oh boy, that didn't sound good at all, Jack 61. That's a great catch.
And it's even
Jack,
worse.
can you play it again one more time, I think?
Oh, sure.
Yes, please.
Absolutely.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Clip. We're out. Copy. I'm in the church driveway right across from the residence. Wait, any idea who that plate comes back to? You want to let Sandy know? Negative.
There you go.
The only possibility I can think of is that they're running a number plate connected to the zipperers. Is that a possibility?
It is. He could have driven by and looked at, one of their plates in the driveway. But the problem is what other communication? We're not hearing any other communication between Remaker and Colburn. And there could have been. And I can't prove that there wasn't. Was there a phone call? But we don't have that. But it is possible, Doc. That is true.
Yeah, but the only thing that goes against it is the rapidity of how quickly one call turned into another. As
That's
in
right.
921, you've got that call. Then 1 minute later, you've got Colburn, Andrew, ringing in dispatch. It seems very unlikely that they're talking about two different vehicles, right? It seems that those calls are connected, right?
It comes across that way. Absolutely.
Yep. Yes, it does. And then when you factor into the notion that there were several witnesses who saw a RAV4 that matched Teresa's car's description off the Avery salvage yard, I think that's actually quite damning as well, and may even suggest that he could have encountered the number plates, the plates themselves, and that will explain why on the Avery salvage yard you've got two items, the RAV4, the plates, and they've been separated. Neverly, did you say that there's some questions in chat? Have people put
Yes,
some questions there? Would you like to read
yes,
them out?
there's a lot of questions and comments, just little
Yes, please.
anecdotal ones or whatever. So I'm just gonna address them.
Yes, please.
Okay, Gloria said, and the first thing Wiegert asked was, are there any plates on it? Remember that? That to me, that
Yes.
was very telling.
Yes.
Very good
yes,
comment, Gloria. Yeah.
Yes, that's excellent. Excellent
Behind
point.
the Magic asked, when did that citizen say he told the air conditioner about seeing the RAV? That was on the 4th, correct?
I believe it was the 4th, correct?
Yeah. Danny
But
Malice.
But there were others. There were others.
There were
I believe.
others too.
It wasn't just one person. There were several people who had reported seeing Teresa Horbach's RAV4 off
Yeah.
the property. It wasn't just the one.
Yeah. Danny Malice said, did Stephen leave the property anytime between the disappearance and when she was reported missing? The car is hard to get rid of, but the plates could have been easily taken and buried anywhere. Exactly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, Anthony Hills and I talked about the Herman salvage yard and Avery. You know, if they had any RAVs registered in their time, I don't think in their yards. I don't think that we know that information.
No.
Anthony Hills, I'm sorry about that.
Nothing was
Yeah,
mentioned about the additional RAV.
Grandma said, "Isn't there DNA on the plates?"
There is, but according to Culhane, it was very low level and she couldn't get a profile. And that's why, remember guys, several months ago, we did the presentation. Hey, the license number plates is a perfect item to MVAC. Extract the DNA, find out who actually left their DNA on those plates. Quite clearly, you go up to Stephen and you say, did you remove these number plates? No, had nothing to do with her disappearance. Will you be able to explain what your DNA is on those number plates? Now, the answer has to be no. He cannot explain what his DNA is on those number plates. Now, if you're the state and you're trying to absolutely nail Stephen Avery, don't you think you want to extract any type of DNA that's present on those number plates? Wouldn't you want to check? Because if Stephen's DNA is on those number plates, he cannot explain it, right? Why would anyone plant his DNA on the number plates, right? So clearly, that's an item that needs to be reinvestigated. Good question, Neverly.
Okay. Should I continue? Yes. Random
please.
Pieces said salvage people would know about any identifiers or vehicles for legal reasons. Exactly. So, yeah. And it says Passive Bear is asking, did the Flyover zoom in on the station wagon on the 5th? I guess the station wagon where the plates were found?
Well, yeah. I mean, the trouble is, and Jack 61 will back me up on this, the Flyover video has been very heavily edited. So hence we do not know. Now, from the testimony of Curtis Drum, he stated that they flew very low over the Avery salvage yard. Now, wait for it, for a total of about between 15 and 18 minutes, which meant there's no doubt that Pagel thought that the vehicle was on the Avery salvage yard. They were looking for it. They were looking for her RAV4. Also, Tom Yunder was present on the property on November the 4th when they did the flyover. Tom Yunder stated in a DCI report that the plane flew so low that he was able to see the pilot, which meant that from that perspective, if the RAV4 was there, I'm pretty convinced that they would have seen it. Because think about it. Where the RAV4, yes, there were branches, but it was poorly covered. You would have seen the blue from the air, but furthermore, you cannot miss that big circle that says RAV4. Duke, do you have a comment?
It's a great point, Doc, and it's something that I was thinking too. You know, it's tough for us to say for certain whether or not Colburn was looking at the RAV there. I understand that, but what's not difficult for us to say is that the RAV was not on the property on the 4th. So, you know, to your point, I also believe that during that flyover, they would have seen it if it was there. But what's even more damning is that for those 15, 20 minutes, however long that they were flying over there, we've seen the edited footage. They had all of it. So
correct.
They could have gone back, even if they had missed it as they were flying over, and gone back to that footage and said, let's find it now that we know where it is. The fact that they can't provide us with evidence that the RAV was on there on the 4th with that video is, for me, what makes it certain that it wasn't there at that point.
Correct. And what thank you, Duke. What is concerning for me is this: that Judge Angie is now almost prepared to accept that the RAV4 wasn't on the property, right? That the RAV4 actually was brought onto the property. And that to me is a concern, because now what you're doing is you're expanding the narrative. The narrative that Kratz presented in court was that neither Teresa nor her RAV4 ever left the property, right? That, and according to Brendan Dassey, both him and his uncle drove the RAV4 past Chucky's house and to the pit, right? Whereas we know that Tom Fassbender, on the November the 9th, during Stephen's interrogation, when he got arrested, remember guys, Tom Fassbender actually told Stephen where the RAV4 came from. It came from the quarry, past the deer camp and through the back way. And what did Tom Fassbender tell Stephen? He goes, because the scent dogs followed your scent, Stephen Avery's scent. Of course, he was bullshitting. But you notice the completely different narrative. Tom Fassbender was almost ready to concede that RAV4 was placed on the property. And now Judge Angie is even agreeing that Tom Sawinski could indeed be correct. And she doesn't actually care. Jack 61. I'll get you in a sec, Neverly. Jack 61.
Well, y'all, since Neverly's up, Neverly, can you read Kelly McGillian's question or comment?
Yes.
And I've got a comment about that. I pinned it.
Oh, you did? Okay. Does anyone remember a story on Reddit by someone who said the zippers had a garage torn down and there was a dark stain on the cement floor? What day were they supposed to go back to re-interview?
Well, the day that they were supposed to go back to re-interview was the morning of the 5th, if you guys remember. That was the call between Wiegert and Remaker.
Change in plans. Change in plans, correct.
Well, the change of plans came in. Yeah, that's right. The change of plans call. As far as the garage, I do remember that post, and as I remember, there was some. If I'm remembering correctly, there were some photos. I don't remember. I think that maybe they were Google Earth photos that showed that the garage was gone. The dark stain, that if somebody parks their car in a garage, for years, that doesn't really shock me, to be fair to the zippers. I do think the zipper story is really wonky and really questionable, but the garage thing, I just don't. I did kind of think there back years ago that maybe something, but as I've thought about it more, I just think that the dark stain could be easily explained by cars being parked inside.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Correct.
Case 10 says, why wouldn't Remiker just ask dispatch whose plate is it? Why ask Andy? Good point. And then Kelly McCallion also asked, church across the street from what residence in regards to that phone call that Andy? Zippers.
Zippers. Going back to case 10's question about Remiker, this, again, I said it earlier, it sounds like there was other communication between Remiker and Colburn at some point, maybe at the meeting, maybe a phone call we're not privy to that we don't have, cell phone call. I don't know. But that's why, I always try to, I look at end result, trying to figure out what the hell are they talking about? We're missing a call or some communication between those two, guaranteed.
Yep. Correct. My understanding is that both George Zipperer and his son, I think it was his son, they had alibis.
Grandson.
Yeah, grandson, they had alibis. I think the grandson was at school all day and George Zipperer was at a working site. So they had alibis for that particular day, October the 31st. That's my understanding. Neville, do you have a comment?
Yes. The Travis is asking you, Dr. Silkman, if you know a specific scientist, forensics research scientist based in New Zealand, Dr. Nikki Osborne, who studies decision-making and reliability in forensic sciences. Okay.
No, I may have heard of that name, but it doesn't come to the top of my head. No, but I could easily check out Dr. Osborne.
Okay.
Yeah, correct.
Did Zipperer have a gun? That's from Steve Dashall. Yeah, he did. He threatened it. Didn't he say that he was gonna kill a trespasser or something?
And his dog was gonna eat them from the feet up.
Yeah.
George Zipperer was very, very belligerent. He wasn't very cooperative at all. But I think the change in plans, that all stopped the moment the RAV4 was found by Pam of God. As soon as that RAV4 was found, it was a party over. A party over for George Zipperer and party over for Stephen Avery. It was pretty obvious. Well, look, guys, Neville, is there any other comments?
I think this is it. And I just said, if I miss somebody's comment, please tag me or put a big Q or something so it's more visible. I'm trying to highlight as many as I can.
Yep.
But it's a chatty chat group and I love it.
It's fantastic. So, guys, we're only on slide 1. But what is very, very interesting is that I'm still undecided about Andrew Colburn's call regarding the plates and the RAV4. I'm more tending to lean towards that he saw the plates, right? That tends to make more sense. If he had encountered the RAV4, that's something pretty hard to hide. And why would law enforcement hide the RAV4, right? Whereas if the number plates were discarded, and don't forget there was another item that was discarded on the side of the road, right, guys? A cell phone. And that cell phone was actually found by Pam of God, Campion, and guess who photographed it? None other than Andrew Colburn. Now, isn't that interesting? Right, guys? So Andrew Colburn is a very, very interesting central figure. Jack 61, do you have a comment?
I do, and that cell phone disappeared. It's complete bullshit. I'm sorry, it is. You cannot put a finger on it, and this is why there's such suspicion. And you've got Cam people saying, "Well, I don't know why these truthers." This is their underlying thing. Why their truthers would believe that the law enforcement would do anything sideways? Are you? Pardon my language. Are you fucking kidding me? And you got all this evidence that just falls into a black hole, but it's okay. Don't worry about it. Nobody gets punished.
Correct. For someone that is making himself out to be, well, what's the right word? Not involved. Andrew Colburn is front and central in a lot of very important locations. Duke, do you have any comments so far of what you've seen, sir? Any comments or anything to add, Duke?
Just on this Andy situation as a whole.
Yeah, anything you want to add?
No, not at this time. Thanks, though, Doc.
Okay. Now, my final comment is this. There's no question that the editors of Making a Murderer did edit Andrew Colburn's responses. They also edited his reactions to some of the questions that were being asked. There's no question about that. Now, this was part of Andrew's civil suit, and Judge Ludwig agreed that there was editing done by the MAM editors. However, he made a very important point, and I think, Duke, you in Discord actually uploaded a couple of documents from what Judge Ludwig said. Essentially, that even though there was editing, minor editing, the gist and the responses had no factor on the outcome, none whatsoever. Now, I'll get you to comment in a sec, Duke. Now, on the foul play team, I remember after we saw that in MAM, I thought, oh my God, what the hell's going on here? Andrew looks so guilty in this. I went back to the original source, right? And Ken Kratz mentions this in his book, and we did it in Reading with Uncle Ken. We looked at where the editing cuts were done, right? Essentially, the editing was done for brevity because Kratz interjected before Andrew could answer and talk to the judge and objected this and objected that. The MAM directors decided to cut all that out and go into the answer. Now, even though that I think Andrew's answer was to a different question, he essentially said the same thing, yes. So the gist of the conversation, the gist of the intent was exactly the same. Andrew had made himself look bad. Wasn't the editing by any stretch of the imagination. Now, we've gone through the original trial testimonies. The gist is exactly the same. When you have a judge who agreed that, yeah, your intention was exactly the same. This is a documentary. Yes, it is entertainment. But remember, at the end of the day, the MAM directors had no influence over what occurred in the courtroom with the judge and the jury. Duke, you want to make any comments?
Well, I was just gonna say, and this is one of my biggest issues that I have with convicting a murder, and that it's outdated at this point. And the reason I posted that response from the judge about that certain situation is because at this point with convicting a murderer, I can tell you pretty much what's going to happen in each episode moving forward here. And that's because I've listened to Reading with Uncle Ken and your guys' former podcast that you did when you walked through Ken's book, because that's what Convicting is doing.
63 episodes.
They're walking through Ken's book. And
correct.
The arguments and points that they're making have been points that have been out there for years. Some, and I understand a lot of people, that's their first time hearing them. But for issues like this, for them to, I think of someone like Candace Owens, for her to come in and try to make this big deal when in the back of, well, I would hope her head, she knows that a judge has already ruled on this. And it's just, to me, it's kind of embarrassing. But, at least we kind of know what direction they're going to take with each episode.
Oh, correct. The basis of Convicting a Murderer is very much based on Ken Kratz's narrative and his book. That to me is a very, very dangerous precedent to set, because it's very interesting that Candace is thoroughly disgusted with Stephen Avery, his character and his personality and what he did to women, etc., etc. Yet the entire narrative that Cam is focusing on is based on Ken Kratz, whose hands are dirty himself, right? So, like I said, this is a very, very slippery slope for convicting a murderer. It would have been actually better to have divorced Ken Kratz's narrative and done their own research by Brenda, and Brenda should have been up front and center. To have Candace come up over the top as a mouthpiece, as a spokesperson, I think is very, very dangerous. You could tell that her understanding of the case is very, very limited. She's there for the shock and awe. That's not going to cut it, because there are a lot of groups like the Foul Play team and many other researchers who are going to take it apart. Now, we have spent 2 hours on one slide, right? We haven't glossed over Andrew Colburn. We've gone over it. We've given the appropriate level of sympathy, understanding, shock and disgust of what people said to him and the threats. But Andrew ultimately did not make himself look good in court. Guys, would you agree or disagree? Alice, what do you think? It's Andrew himself that made himself look bad. And Alice?
Oh, yes, completely agree, Doc. Completely agree. During the trial, during interviews and things like that he's done, and including his own lawsuit, he has brought it on himself, and nobody else is to blame bar him.
I agree. Alice, just 1 second. Do you see the slide up on YouTube?
Sure do.
I'm gonna get Duke, Alice, if you don't mind. I'm gonna get Duke to see it, to read it, if he can see it. Do you see it, Duke?
I'm actually on my phone, Doc.
Oh, okay. Shall I get Alice to read it?
That'd be great.
Okay. Thank you, Duke. Alice, do you see the slide?
Yes, I do, Doc.
Would you like to read it out, please? This is Judge Ludwig. Yeah, this is Judge Ludwig. Let's go for it.
Colburn also challenges the producer's decision to show him agreeing that he could understand how someone might think he was looking at Holbach's Toyota based only on the audio of his dispatch call. In fact, Colburn never answered that question because his attorney objected, and the judge sustained the objection. But though not depicting and making a murderer, Colburn later affirmed on the witness stand that the call sounded like hundreds of other license plates or registration checks he'd done before. In essence, he testified that the audio closely resembles a mine run dispatch call. And a mine run dispatch call involves an officer giving the dispatcher the license plate number of a car they have stopped or a car that looks out of place for some reason. Thus, Colburn implicitly admitted that based only on the audio of his dispatch call, it sounded like he had Holbach's license plate in his field of vision. This is not materially different from saying that he could understand why someone would think he was looking at Holbach's license plate when he had made the call. On top of this, making a murderer includes Colburn forcefully denying that he ever saw Holbach's vehicle on November 3rd, 2005. In context, this captures the sting of his testimony. Uyghur must have given him the license plate number, and although it sounded like he was reading the license plate number off a car, he was not in fact doing so.
Correct. So hence, the man producers gave a balanced viewpoint, right? They didn't remove Andrew's explanation. They never cut that out. So it really left it to the viewers to think, okay, what's the likely scenario? But what is damning here is that even the judge said it sounded like you had the license plate number in your field of view. That's no different to having the license plate sitting on your lap, right? So either the license plate were on the vehicle or in his lap saying, God, what the hell are these? These must belong to Teresa Horbach's vehicle. If he had seen Teresa Horbach's RAV4, I'm sure he would have called in and said, boss, I found the car. Unless their intentions was to see if anyone came to the vehicle. That is a possibility. Set up a sting operation. Jack 61.
Yeah, it's important in Judge Ludwig's response here, which, by the way, he was not kind and he was not subtle in his response to the plaintiff at all. But anyway, he also said there at the end that ma'am did include Colburn forcefully denying that he was looking at the car. He said that. I mean, they included that, and that's important.
Correct. So I think we're still left with controversy. I don't think this has been resolved in terms of what Andrew did in regards to calling in those plates. But we have to keep in mind that there is a possibility that that's Andrew Colburn. That's how he operates. He made a mistake. It sounded like he was looking at those number plates. Maybe it was an honest mistake. And you have to take that into account. You have to factor that in. Neverly.
Steve Daschel in chat is asking, isn't there a report of the RAV being taken into custody on the 3rd? And we go back and forth with this question, so if somebody can elaborate, please.
Jack 61, would you like to answer that one?
I'll answer it the best way that it's ever been explained to me. The system that they use, it's a computer program that they use to capture events that happen in a incident report, I guess we'll call it. And when the incident report is opened is the date that it's stamped. And as things get added, it doesn't change the date of when it was originally opened. That was how it's explained to me. So yes, there is a report that says the RAV was seized on the 3rd. However,
and that she was kidnapped.
That's right. That's exactly right. However, because of the way this program works, it's not updated automatically to include the correct date. That's how it's explained to me. It sounds wonky, but without having some expert come on here and tell us exactly how this is supposed to work, I can't fully answer that question. It does say the 3rd. We've got that report.
It does. And I believe Jack 61 that Brenda tried to explain that to us when we did our interviews. And I tend to agree. I think it's a red herring because, they're not going to leave something so damning like that in a report because that nails law enforcement then and there, right? If they've got in possession of the RAV4, then what the hell? How can you then explain how it magically appeared on the Avery salvage yard on the 5th?
I agree, Doc. Yeah, I agree. Just right quick, I agree completely with that. I think it's just an outmoded type system that they used at the time, and it didn't automatically update. Yeah,
it's a bug in the system.
I agree.
Duke, thank you, Jack 61. Duke, do you have a comment?
Yeah, no, just what you guys are saying. For the person who wrote that, just keep in mind with how obvious it is. If it was something nefarious, Kathleen, and or if the Union String had this too, they would have been all over it. So I tend to agree that it's not nefarious.
Yep. I mean, because remember, when you impound the vehicle, there's a paper trail. And then how are you going to convince the person looking after the property, oh, do you mind if we just borrow the vehicle for a little while? And we'll just plant it on the Avery salvage yard. No, that's not gonna cut the mustard. I believe it is a bug in the system. I know that a lot of truthers and others have argued this for a long period of time. I believe it's non-nefarious. Yep. Neverly, do you
Nan's Life 7 says, I've worked as dispatch, and every time we opened our report software, it would input the date, which is logical. Maybe they just had outdated software to go with their outdated LE procedure.
Yeah, it's very, very likely. I'm tending to suggest that her vehicle was very likely dumped at the turnaround, right? And the turnaround is very problematic for two reasons. That's the direction that Bobby Dassey drove to that day when he went allegedly hunting. And it's also very close to the property of Scott Tadich at that time, right? And it's not a long distance away from the Avery salvage yard either. I believe it's just off Highway 147. The other disturbing thing is this, and I checked that up, very close to where the turnaround was, you have the discovery of the mobile phone, the discarded cellular phone that was found in a ditch. You know, wouldn't it be remarkable if the number plates were removed and discarded as well? That's not beyond the realm of possibility, right? So if they discard the number plates and there's a police car that just drives by, you may notice or not notice the RAV4 being dumped because there was a lot of fairly heavy forestation around where the RAV4 was. It could have easily been hidden, right? So again, my conclusion, guys, I'm in both camps. Either it's just Andrew being Andrew, or he had indeed been in possession of the number plates. I'm still not convinced either way. Does anyone have any final comments before we actually go on to slide 2?
Just one.
Travis,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Neverly. Answer Travis.
Travis says, he says, if he saw it from air, that's enough for a warrant.
No question. Absolutely no question. There's no way that law enforcement would have just waited for Pam of God to find it. They desperately wanted to get a search warrant. So they definitely spent a lot of time going over the Avery salvage yard, around 15 to 18 minutes. Curtis Drum was told what to look for. There was Pagel. I think there was his female sidekick who was up in the aeroplane as well. What's her name? The new chick?
It's Wendy Baldwin.
Wendy Baldwin. Yeah, she was up in the aeroplane as well. They definitely knew what to look for. It wasn't there. If they saw that big RAV4 sign, the cavalry would have come down. Trust me. Because that's exactly what happened on November the 5th, one day after. Jack 61.
Yeah, just to answer Anthony Hill's comment, he says timestamps of Andy's phone call could be wrong. These cops don't use paperwork rules, Doc. You know, I think that, because this is part of Incident 8844, and the times it's a different program than the other program about the RAV4. It's a separate program. I tend to believe that this Incident 8844 is correct. I guess somebody could go in there and fool with it. I don't know that, though. So without having that piece of information saying, somebody could go in there and mess with it, I tend to believe it's correct. I only showed a clip of that report. I can easily provide the entire thing that we've got. It's several pages long, but I didn't want to pull the whole thing up. So that's my answer.
Yeah. Interesting. All right. Now, shall we actually go on to slide 2, unless we've got some questions?
Sure.
What do you think,
Let's
guys?
do it.
Yep.
Yes.
Let's go on to the next slide. Just finishing off, convicting a murderer actually showed the responses of various people, which I had in the previous slides. That is what dissuaded a lot of people from MAM. They thought that it was not a proper documentary. It was just mere entertainment. And people like Puzzle by it all and others were very, very critical of making a murderer, saying, how could they possibly tamper with his testimony? And they lost a lot of faith in MAM. Jack 61.
I just want to make this comment. Now, this is for people that didn't read and didn't go through the Colburn v. Netflix testimony and everything that was produced by both sides, especially Laura and Laura. And they explained what happened with those cameras, and they could prove it, and they did to the judge, I guess, to his satisfaction. The fact is, at the end of day 2, they had a media feed that they had camera A, camera B, and camera C. And there was some type of plug that they used for camera B and C. And someone unplugged it. And I guess B was the camera that was on whoever was in the witness chair. So that footage that they got from what they could was not fit for broadcast. It was apparently, we've never seen it, but apparently it wasn't fit for broadcast because of the way it looked. Yes, exactly. So they chose not to use it. They ended up going to several news stations that captured some aspects of what they could get of Colburn. And they, under seal, they produced this footage that they had that they didn't use in making a murderer. So I guess Judge Ludwig was satisfied of what they said in their affidavits. So I'm just calling baloney and hoo-ha on that. Again, it doesn't change the way, and I'm not saying he's guilty of anything. I'm just saying that the way he looked when he answered some of those questions, he was talking while he was doing it. It made him look bad. And I'm not saying he's a liar. I'm just saying it just made him look bad. They didn't cause that.
No, they did not. They did not. All right. Now, if we have a look at slide 2 or slide A5, this was really, really interesting. And that was, this is Detective O'Neill. That's on the left-hand side. Now, we all know who Detective O'Neill is, right? He's the guy that was extremely passive-aggressive. He's the one that also interviewed, guess who? Brendan Dassey at Crivets. And he's the one that got Brendan Dassey to, Brendan Dassey changed his story twice when Skolinski knocked on the window and Detective O'Neill went outside and Skolinski told him about the bus driver. And then poor Brendan changed his narrative. That was the end of him. But Detective O'Neill also spoke with Stephen Avery. And he spoke with Stephen on several occasions. And what did he say? That Stephen liked to talk. Now, guys, I want you to comment and also in chat. Was Stephen his own worst enemy? Yes or no? And why do you think so? Alice, what about yourself? What do you think? Was Stephen his own worst enemy?
When it came to opening his mouth, aye. he really was, Doc. But in saying that, I can also understand why he kept talking. You know, yes, I mean, there's one, it's on one of the calls or the interviews, and he's talking in a car or something like that to the police, and the lawyer's on the phone, and I think it's Dolores that's on the outside, and she's chapping the window, and she's like, you have to shut up. You have to stop talking. Stephen, you have to shut up. You've not to talk to them. And Stephen just keeps going and going and going. You know, so yeah, that way he was his worst enemy. But you've got to flip it round, Doc. His voice wasn't heard the last time he was incarcerated, the last time the police targeted him and convicted him for something that he didn't do. You know what I mean? So in his mind, and this is just my opinion, in his mind, he's going to say what he needs to say at any opportunity that he can say it, not thinking whether it's going to, come back to bite him in the arse, you know what I mean, or people are going to pick it apart. But every time I seen Stephen doing an interview or anything like that, I felt genuine towards him. I felt he was being genuine. You know what I mean? That he wasn't just doing it for the glory and, and everything like that, talking on the cameras. So, yes, he was his own worst enemy when he opens his mouth, but I also understand why he
Yeah.
did it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Alice, because it's pretty obvious that what Detective O'Neill and other officers were trying to do was to trick him to look for inconsistency in his statements. And that's exactly what Convicting a Murderer presented. The fact that Stephen Avery was contradictory in his statements. He said this, he said that. And remember what Kratz said. So Andrew, this is Colburn, you spoke with Stephen, and Stephen said that he never spoke with Teresa, right? And of course, guys, I think we know what it actually not speaking to Teresa Hallpark actually meant, as in he didn't have a 5 or 10 minute conversation with her. It's sort of like, hi, bye, here's your money, see you later, right? And of course, they turned it around and they twisted it. And the problem was, the more Stephen talked, the more hot water he got into. Duke, what are your comments regarding Stephen? His own worst enemy, yes or no?
I'm right in the same boat as Alice. I think she said it perfectly. I think he was, because what he said they used against him. They asked him a very simple question. When was the last time you burned in your own burn barrel? And he gave an honest answer. He said, I don't know, probably a couple weeks ago. Well, okay, now we know that, if you're law enforcement, they're like, okay, cool, we can plant this stuff in here and we'll use it against him by saying, oh, he's lying to us. He said he hasn't burned here in weeks. And we've got this stuff that shows up in your barrel and 2 very, very reliable witnesses that saw your barrel smoking that day. So, they're able to create this narrative with the words that he gives. So he was his own enemy in that sense. But again, like what Alice said, I'm sorry, but if I had spent 10 plus years in prison for a crime I did not commit, and all of a sudden there's accusations being made and there's an investigation going on that I'm involved in again, and I know that I'm once again innocent, I would be shouting to anyone who'd be willing to listen to me that I had nothing to do with this, and I do feel like for someone who's innocent, that's what you do. You talk. You're open to talking. If you're guilty and you know that you don't need to talk to law enforcement, you don't need to talk to media, you don't need to give interviews, you wouldn't. Stephen felt free to talk, and I think he wanted to talk because he wanted people this time around to know that he has nothing to do with this and that he's happy to answer any questions that people have for him.
Well, Duke, let me ask you this. Mm-hmm. If Stephen said to Colburn, when Colburn spoke to him, get off my property, I've got nothing to say. Mm-hmm. And if the reporters came on the property and said, look, Steve, can we talk to you? And he said, get off my property, I've got nothing to say. Do you think law enforcement would have used that as a negative or positive against Stephen? In other words, was he in a no-win situation, whether he spoke or kept his mouth shut?
That's 100% right. He's a no-win situation. If he does go that route, which he would have every reason to do, that would have been we would have probably just watched a Convicting a Murderer episode about how Stephen shut up and didn't say anything. So yeah, no win.
Correct. He was in a no-win situation. I don't recall. What are your opinions about Stephen? His own worst enemy?
He was, but it was innocent in my mind. You should be able to tell the truth. you know, it shouldn't be used against you. But unfortunately, that's not the case in this world lots of times.
Yep. Yep, you're correct. Thank you. I don't recall. Susan, do you have any comments about Stephen? Susan,
I think Susan took off. She was going to a partay.
She may have stepped aside.
Yeah.
Alice, do you have
Yes.
a comment?
No, I was just going to say, Susan's just listening. She can't comment.
Okay. Jack 61. What are your opinions about Stephen?
Well, I got a couple. Yeah, I do think he was his own worst enemy, and that comes from several factors. And I know, Doc, you studied the pretrial as much as I have, and looking back to when he was inviting these reporters in to talk to him while he was in jail, and they were Loy was raising hell, and in String and Buting, they were really raising hell about it, wanting him to shut his mouth, and I'm sure for Stephen, as everybody's talked about, he was frustrated. He wanted that side out. I didn't have a damn thing to do with this. At the same time, there were, I think personally, the jail phone calls. Debbie Klemp gets involved really pretty quickly, and suddenly she's in love with Stephen.
Correct.
If anybody that goes through all that and understands that process and how that was used. Now, we're not talking about news, of course, but it was still in the jail calls. It was public knowledge. Anyone that FOIA the calls or open record request them, you could hear this, and then they yank Jody out and say, "Listen to what Stephen's saying to Debbie," to try to piss her off. So, for Stephen, this is a prime example of him being his own worst enemy.
That they actually weaponized Debbie Klemp.
Yep.
They weaponized her and her comments. Now, for a married woman, all of a sudden to profess love and talk dirty to Stephen and have that exchange and then use those phone calls against Stephen by playing them to Jody was a master stroke. Master stroke. And then all of a sudden, Debbie Klemp disappeared. And who rolled up at the trial? Debbie Klemp, who sat behind Stephen.
Yep.
He's just amazing.
I personally think she was a plant. I can't prove that. Yeah. That's just Jack's opinion, theory, whatever you want to call it, because of how all that transpired. It was absolutely crazy. And, of course, when they played these calls for Jody, of course, she got yanked out of jail. She could smoke cigarettes and have pop and whatever. And then, of course, they get, on the phone and talk, and she's mad as hell at Stephen. Which was her intent. Of course, she still wouldn't flip. She still didn't flip for him, but she was still pissed off. But anyway, I do think that he was his own worst enemy. Which one last point I'll bring up, and I'm not asking anybody to dive into this, but remember the Kratz surveillance video that he released before he took off from social media.
Yeah.
That cannot be forgotten for anyone that met in one of these privacy rooms, being privately surveilled and recorded. That wasn't monitoring. And I fully believe there's audio attached to all of them, and I believe they've got it, and we'll never see it.
Yep. Essentially, what they were doing against Stephen was strategizing against him.
Yep.
And what he was telling his attorneys. So it was a pure strategy. It was pretty obvious that Stephen was a guy that couldn't keep his mouth shut. Just Rhonda, do you have any comments about Stephen?
Yes, I believe 100% he's his own worst enemy, and for all of the reasons everyone has mentioned already, I agree with that. But on the logical side, we know that as soon as you start talking to the cops, they start building a case against you. And exactly like everyone else has said, didn't matter if Stephen did or didn't talk, they were still going to, fabricate a case against him anyway. But it's just, that's why it is so important, in my opinion, to guilty or innocent of anything. When a cop starts asking you questions, you just have to invoke your right, because no matter what the situation is, they're going to start building a case against you with just 1, 2, or 3 words that you might say. It'll be twisted if they intend to, finish an investigation with you or anybody else that's
They're not
willing
your
to talk to
friends.
them.
They're not your friends, just Rhonda.
Absolutely not.
Law
No
enforcement
matter
are not
how friendly they speak with you, no matter how buddy they sound like they are, like, hey, what'd you do last night? Did you go out? Oh, where'd you go have dinner? Where are you? Oh, where were you headed? Where'd you come from? There is nothing about being your friend in any of that bullshit. They are
correct.
immediate. It's absolutely them trying to wield themselves into your words to start forming a case against you, start
That's
making a
right.
case against you. Stephen, I remember watching the episode where Stephen, or the scene where Stephen said, to the reporter, they asked me if they could come in and take a look around, and I told them, yeah, you can look around. I have nothing to hide. I cringed. I thought, oh, first of all, just because of Stephen's situation, but even if it was me, even though I have nothing to hide in the world, in giving up my ID or in
Yes.
in my home, in my car, there is no way in hell somebody is looking at anything of mine without a warrant. And
Yes.
Stephen just doesn't, even though he'd been through what he had been through, Stephen couldn't grasp that. And like everybody else said, he was just desperate to try to be heard in this situation. And I think he thought, you know what, you guys can say whatever you're going to say, but nobody's going to believe that I murdered this girl. So I'm going to say what I want to say. But the cops, sorry to any law enforcement out there that's listening or whatever, but
Yeah.
I've seen too much. Besides
Well,
Stephen, I've seen too much. The police are not your friends. Invoke your right. Do not speak.
thank you very much, just Rhonda. People are forgetting that Stephen Avery was in prison, I believe, for 18 years. So he's actually used to respecting law enforcement and also responding to their orders on a daily basis, right? He's under protection and police supervision, and he's in a prison, right? And he's got to do a set routine. And I think Scooby, welcome, Scooby the dog, and TTM Fangirl, you're correct. His IQ is very, very low. Very, very close to Brendan Dassey's. He's not a smart guy. And the strategy that Stephen used was to be open and honest and inviting. And I believe that they used that against him very, very efficiently and maliciously. Neverly, do you think Stephen is his own worst enemy?
Yes, I do. And everything that my panel members, panel members said, I totally agree. And as you pointed out, he spent 18 years in prison. He has, not only that he has low IQ, but his natural development has been stunted as well by this traumatic event, because it was a wrongful conviction, and just even spending any time in prison will stunt your development because it's such a trauma. And speaking of trauma, not that I'm a psychologist or anything, but we can all agree that Stephen must have had PTSD, chronic post-traumatic stress disorder, from
Yes.
going through what not only that he was in prison, but remember, he lost his whole family.
Correct. His life was
All
destroyed.
his kids, yes, he got a divorce. All his kids were over 18 when he got out. He wasn't there for, just everything. He missed out the best part of his life, right? So he was screaming from the top of the mountain for attention, and also he had nothing to hide. That's my take on that. Unfortunately,
correct.
as we agree, that's, he's his worst enemy. However, even if he said, I'm not saying a word, I got a lawyer, I lawyered up. Look, Joshua Dunt lawyered up immediately, and we were all frowning, even though that's the best thing that you can do. If Stephen did that, but people would also comment that in a negative way. So he was screwed no matter what he did. And to quote Dean Strang, he said, to be accused is to lose.
Correct.
So
correct.
let that sink in.
Yep. Correct.
Once they
And,
got their, eyes on you, you're done.
correct.
I hate to say.
Correct. Now, Jack 61 will back me up on this. We had a really good series of discussions with Nick Hillary's attorney, right? Right. Remember Mani Tafari?
Absolutely.
And I did 2 presentations on Nick Hillary, who was accused of murdering a young boy. It was a very complex story, very, very tragic story. And the police called him in. Remember Jack 61?
Yep.
The police called him in. Nick Hillary was a teacher, a very, very smart, intelligent guy. And he goes,
former military.
Yep. Former military.
Successful soccer coach they were very successful.
Yep. And he goes, I exercise my rights. I do not wish to speak to you. I want to leave. What did the detective immediately do?
Blocked the door. Blocked the door. If Nick Hillary put one hand on the police officer, they would have thrown him to the ground and arrested him for a resisting arrest. So even though Nick Hillary was fully compliant, an intelligent man, high IQ, it made no difference. He exercised his right to silence, and that's why his friend, who's an attorney, Mani Tafari, drove all the way from, I think, New York to where he was, because he knew if I say anything, it's going to be used against him. And remember what they did? They strip searched him, they embarrassed him, but they did that to no other suspects. So Stephen, being open and honest, tried to be as complimentary as possible, right? He spoke to everyone. He spoke to Detective O'Neill. And look what Detective O'Neill asked him. Oh, yesterday you told me she was never in your house. And Stephen goes, yeah, but that was a long time ago. She just came to my door. So now Stephen is going, oh my God. Then now micro-checking every statement I make. Oh my God, I'm a suspect. Stephen knew the spotlight was on him. No matter what he said, he was in a no-win situation. Jack 61. Yeah, I can't remember. I think it may have been Nan's laugh earlier in the chat. It's rolled pretty far up now, but she asked if O'Neill testified, and I looked, and he did not. So, the things he was saying, in cam, it's all context, right? And we've talked about this many times. The context of these questions and how they want to go in with a scalpel and cut it. See, he said he's changed his answer.
Correct.
Well, no, he really didn't. You got to get the full context. And it just really irritates me.
Correct. And that's the main point that Cam made. Oh, and even Brenda said it. Oh, but his narrative was forever changing. No, he's not. Stephen Avery is not the type of guy that goes around with a diary and writes down everything he does at every minute. Now, don't laugh. One of my fellow work colleagues at Adelaide Uni was that type of guy. OCD, obsessive compulsive. He wrote down everything he did during the day, every meeting he went to, every person he spoke to. He could go back 5 years and tell you exactly what he did at 12:30, right? He's got it all written down. That's his obsessive personality. Stephen Avery is not that type of guy. Jack 61.
Yeah, I worked with somebody like that years and years ago, and then it may not have been quite that detailed, but they had these like little notepads that they kept in their pocket.
Yes.
They generally would have a couple of them in case they filled one up. They'd go to the next one, date it, blah blah blah. It was
Yep.
crazy. I was like, "What are you doing?" Well, I'm writing down what I did. You know, I may need to come back to it.
Yep.
Oh,
I remember with my colleague, we would go, say, to a restaurant or something like that for lunch. And as we got up to leave, my friend started writing down a note in his notebook. I'm there, what are you doing? Because I'm just noting that we ate here. And then if I would visit him in his office and discuss about a student or something like that, or exam results, as I left, he wrote the note down.
right,
saying,
exactly.
I'm there, what are you doing? Oh, I'm just noting that you left my office and we had this conversation. That's the type of guy that would know everything he's done for the entire day at any strategic moment. Even Avery is not that type of guy. So
No.
clearly, right? He's remembering different events, right? Oh yeah, that time Teresa came to my door, and now you could see that Detective O'Neill is saying, Stephen changed his narrative. Oh my God, she really was in his house. And to make matters worse, what did Bobby Dassey say? I saw Teresa walking towards my uncle's trailer. That's it. Done. Done like a dinner. Does anyone have a comment? Duke.
You know, again, it's comical to me because their assertion that is what I would view as very minor inconsistencies. I do not view them. He's never had a completely different story. They're very minor. And then for them to put Andrew Colburn on the screen with all of his massive inconsistencies is hypocritical, to say it, to be very nice. It's hypocritical.
Oh, correct. But you see, this is what they used to nail Stephen. The fact that he was inconsistent. And even King Kratz said it in court when he spoke to Andrew Colburn. What? He told you he never spoke to Teresa? That's correct. He said he never spoke to Teresa. Then a day after, he tells the detective, yep, it was just high and by. Here's the money. See you later. Oh, so you're changing your narrative now. So hence, no matter what he said, I think Stephen Avery was doomed. Stephen is that type of guy, ragtag. You want to talk about things? I've got plenty of things to say. You want to listen? You don't want to listen? Unfortunately, law enforcement used it against him. He even invited the press to talk to him at Crivets. Remember, guys? That guy, his camera crew, went to Crivets, spoke to him, spoke to the family. They took pictures. He was cordial. And I think that middle picture that you see in the diagram, I think that's an overhead shot of Crivets, because Detective O'Neill spoke to Stephen at Crivets. He also spoke to Brendan Dassey at Crivets. They stayed at Crivets for a couple of days. Do we have any comments? All right. So look, guys, I really do believe that Stephen Avery tried to put his best foot forward. And this goes to explain the actions of Kratz and the actions of Pagel. As soon as Stephen Avery started to say to the press and the media, they're setting me up, I couldn't believe, remember the look on Anjanette Levy's face? How she started to laugh? Does anyone
Oh
want to
my
make
gosh.
a comment?
Yes.
Anjanette Neverly, do you have a comment? Anjanette Levy was
Um,
laughing.
I was so disappointed in her. There she is, investigative reporter, blah, blah, and she is laughing at Stephen's talking and what else. He just loves to, Stephen liked to talk. And I'm thinking, really, Anjanette? Where is your, the chip is missing over here. What would you do in that situation? In that
Right,
exact situation? You know,
right.
that was so flippant of her, like greatly disappointed. And sorry, guys, yes, she may used to be cute, in 2005 and so forth. But yeah, obviously, inner beauty. We're talking about inner beauty and intelligence. And what the hell was that, Anjanette?
I mean, how many times, sorry, Jax, this one, I'll get you on in a sec. How many times have you spoken to someone who's been in prison, wrongfully convicted, stayed in prison for an additional 12 years that he shouldn't have been, was accused of a vicious, violent assault on a prominent member of Wisconsin, had the sheriff and the DA target you, and Anjanette Levy laughs by saying, oh, well, Stephen said he was targeted, he was set up. He was set up in 1985. What do you think Stephen is going to say? Well, they're setting me up again. But if you notice, Jack 61 and guys, did you notice what they did? They focused on his finger, right? They focused on his finger that had the cut, which we'll talk about in a minute. Jack 61, do you have any comments?
Well, I do. And, Neverly's right. Anjanette Levy was a really pretty young reporter that was, I guess, relatively new at her job. And she got, attached to this case. She was a, big time reporter. She wasn't she certainly wasn't the worst type reporter that, had add-ins like Emily Matesic. She even had a blog at one point about this case, and she was full on guilty, and she didn't hold back, and you could tell in her reporting she thought he was guilty. And this is before anything. It's before, pre-trial was going on, before trial.
Correct.
She had him convicted, and she is a reporter, and I had many arguments with her. Anyway, I'm also disappointed in Anjanette and how she acted. She acted really kind of flippant in these cam interviews, and
disbelieving.
She did, and the truth is, I think personally, after Making a Murder came out, this really ignited her career and her position where she is now. She can't take that away. She right, she can't ignore it. But given this situation, and I'm going to bring it up, what she did and went through to get Brendan on the phone, and how she treated him. And the question she asked him, it was so inappropriate. And then didn't air it. And him refuting and recanting everything.
Yeah,
really
that would have been a career down the toilet had they aired that. Ken Kratz would have gone on the blower and demanded it to be taken off the air because that would have been damaging to their case.
Well, according to the answer I finally got, the reason they didn't air it is because for some reason, they called Kaczynski after Brendan talked to him, and he said, I don't want that aired. Well, so what? That has nothing to do with what Brendan wanted and what he agreed to. I don't believe it. I'm sorry. I do not believe it.
Correct. But don't you find it interesting that both Brendan Dassey and Stephen Avery were very liberal in speaking to law enforcement? Yep. Very liberal. They didn't, and they never said, no, go away. Both Brendan Dassey and Stephen Avery were very wary of law enforcement and what had happened. Brendan Dassey was also cognizant of the fact of what they did to his uncle. Brendan got along really well with Uncle Stephen.
Yep.
And isn't it interesting how they isolated both Brendan and Stephen and tried to turn Brendan against Stephen, that his uncle was an absolute monster.
Oh, yeah.
And that convicting a murderer spent 4 or 5 episodes absolutely vilifying and destroying Stephen.
Yep.
Incredible. Both Brendan and Stephen were very liberal in talking to law enforcement. And yet both of them are now sitting in prison for life. Neverly, do you have a comment? I'll get back to you in a sec, Jack. Just one. Neverly, do you have a comment?
Speaking of Stephen being his own worst enemy, well, let's not forget to point out the media, how vicious media is when they want their, 5 minutes of fame and, just like clickbaits and, murder is hot and all of those things are actually true. Because remember that picture of Stephen Brendan and I think Mama and
Yes,
Papa Avery in
yes.
Crivets?
Rivets. Yes.
At Crivets, they were looking at each other. They had like a eye contact, like locked in.
And
And
laughing.
Teresa was, yeah, they were like smiling actually. And Teresa, the news about Teresa was on the TV, and you can see everything in this one picture. As they say, you know, one picture, you know, is worth 1,000 words. And they turned that in a nefarious way, saying that they were like giggling about, like, yeah, we got away with this.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah. It was,
so
it was in
you
the
can't win. Hold on, I gotta.
Yeah, it was in the newspapers. They actually published that picture where Brendan and Stephen were looking at each other, and they were basically making the remarks, oh, now we know what they were grinning about. And I'm thinking to myself, you've got to be kidding. It goes to show, guys, that the absolute potential destructive power of the media. If they believe that you are guilty, you're done like a dinner. You're done like a dinner. Unfortunately for Stephen, and we'll go on to the next slide, Stephen gave law enforcement plenty of ammunition. Plenty of ammunition. Jack 61.
2 short comments. Number 1, they listened to every call Stephen made. Actually, 3 points.
Yes.
Every call. That was Deb Strauss. That was other officers that they had assigned. But I know Deb Strauss listened to probably the bulk of them and wrote summary reports. Number 2, there are calls that have been played during convicting a murderer that we've requested various people in the community that we never got, yet they somehow got their hands on them. That's a problem. That's a problem for whoever, MTSO or Calumet County. That's a problem because all those calls were requested by multiple people.
You mean
several times?
You mean the call when he talks to his uncle, Ireland?
That's right. Yep. Never got it. Never got that call. Yep. Number three, my final point. We've talked a little bit about Candace, you know, and we might as well say it again. She's got a pretty big following in the social media world. And, you know, she's made this living off of saying the mainstream media will lie to you. I'll tell you the truth. And there are a lot of people that believe that. They don't do their own work. They don't do their own research. They just listen and believe whatever she says. I've been arguing with one on YouTube for about a week now. It's ridiculous that somebody would just believe what she says without doing a little bit of their own, peeling back a couple layers. It'd take them literally 10, 15 minutes to see the deception. She's not telling the truth in some of these areas. She's telling things out of context, you know, on purpose or not. So anyway, that's all I got to say about that. We can move on, Doc.
Yep, we do. And what have I always said? Do not believe anything we say. Do not trust anything we say. Go to our library, download the documents, download the official documents, read them for yourself, make up your own mind, your own decision, right? And that's important because I know that everyone here on the Foul Play team has done exactly that, right? We're not basing our comments on just watching a documentary, right? We're not making our comments just watching convicting a murderer. We've got the background knowledge, the background information, and it'll only take us a minute or two to find any particular document you want to discuss. That's the power of working in a team, right? So it's important that you go and look at the original documents. You make up your own mind. Don't allow a documentary to sway you one way or another. All right, Jack 61. Can we have a look at the next slide, please? Now, I think this particular slide was very, very powerful. And Convicting a Murderer made a very, very powerful presentation and a troubling one for Making a Murderer, because this was all about Stephen Avery's burn barrel. And I thought it was very well done, very well presented, but on the same token, unbelievably troubling. Unbelievably troubling for the state's narrative about this burn barrel. And it was Detective O'Neill who got Stephen to say, hey, look, yeah, I've got a burn barrel. It's right here. I haven't burnt any rubbish for quite a while. And I think there was a phone call in which he said, it was Jody who did the last burning in that burn barrel. Now, guys, this is what the state wants you to believe. The state wants you to believe that after all this rape, mutilation, during all this rape and mutilation and torture, Stephen Avery got Teresa's electronics, placed them in a rubbish bag, walked to his burn barrel and lit it, caught it on fire, right? Burning away. And the reason why he did it was he wanted to destroy Teresa's cell phone. He wanted to destroy the electronics, everything. Now, what is bizarre is that Stephen had a great big whopping fire going on in his backyard, right? Where allegedly he incinerated Teresa Hallbach. Yet he has an additional fire in a burn barrel. Now, in that burn barrel, they didn't find any human bones, no cremains, nothing. They found the burnt electronics. So they're saying that Stephen and Brendan, because Brendan was there too, and we'll talk about Brendan in a minute, for some unknown reason, Stephen gathered up all his electronics, all her electronics, and burnt them, and then decided to incinerate Teresa Hallbach. Now, what is interesting, and we'll talk about it, was that according to Cam, Making a Murderer didn't talk very much about Stephen Avery's burn barrel and burnt electronics. They did in season 2, but I don't really recall very much in season 1. Jack 61, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I don't think they talked about it too much in season 1, but yeah, season 2. But I just wanted to make sure everybody understands these burned electronics, as Doc has got up on the screen in his slide here, was found by Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department Deputy David Satters. I wanted to point that out.
Correct. Now, let's think about this logically, right? You're trying to, whenever someone commits a murder, in most cases, people try to hide the evidence, right? So Stephen and Brendan meticulously clean and expunge Teresa Hallbach from the trailer. There's no evidence of her in the trailer, of Teresa Hallbach being in the trailer. And we'll talk about the key, right? There's no evidence of Teresa Hallbach in the garage. And we can talk about item FL, right? Now, allegedly, the state is saying that, yeah, Stephen, they had 5 days to clean up. So Stephen burnt the electronics in the burn barrel, his own burn barrel. He left the ashes of the electronics from October the 31st, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, he decides to go to Crivets. 6th, no one sees anything. 7th, guess what? David Siders, who was part of Search Team A, and their boss was Mike Bushman, right? There's Seglob, and there's also Jost. These guys are finding everything. You have the clandestine burial site being found by Bushman. Siders finds the burnt electronics in the burn barrel. And what is very interesting is that he takes out a tire rim, right, Jack 61? Right, guys? He removes a tire rim from the burn barrel, insinuating that Stephen must have used a tire to burn the electronics. And you can see, and Duke, maybe you could comment, there's plastic from the phone that has remained intact. Now, if you put a tire as a fuel source, it's going to potentially get pretty hot. Isn't that going to result in total destruction of things like glass and plastic? Jack 61.
Yeah, I wanted to. I switched over to the photos so I could zoom in, and you can see behind the barrel there is the tire that Doc, or the rim that Doc is talking about.
Correct.
Um, I don't know. I guess I have some issues just thinking about this bag of electronics underneath a tire that's allegedly burning, and if it actually was, how did any plastic from the phone survive? Maybe Duke can comment about that.
Duke, do you know any plastic-proof cell phones that can withstand a tire fire? Duke.
No, I don't know any of those, and I don't want to veer us too far astray. This is about the burn barrel, but I told you guys at the beginning, I was going to be very hyper focused on any images that I saw, ones that I wasn't, overly familiar with, and there were some photos of this burn barrel, and one of the things that caught my eye was this yellow flag. And Jack, I'll see if I can send you the picture, but there's a little yellow flag that's probably about 5-6 feet away from that burn barrel.
Yep.
I didn't realize, and maybe it's just me not realizing it, that was an evidence flag.
Yep.
And so can you guys tell me what was found at that site, or why that flag was there?
Not without looking at some documentation.
No.
I don't remember anything. Send me the photo if you can,
Yeah.
Duke, and I'll put it up on screen.
Now remember, it just so happened that Trooper Reese was there on November the 6th and November the 7th, and Trooper Reese took some pictures, and you can see the burn barrel with there was a person standing next to the burn barrel. I think he had the rod for getting 3D measurements. I think it was individual there. But what is remarkable is a total lack of people around the burn barrel. There was
Right.
you look at the scenes, right? There's hardly anybody there. It's barren. And what is interesting is what David Sider said. He looked in the burn barrel and he saw a tire at the rim of a tire. He took out the tire rim, and then he saw what looked like burnt electronics, right? And then he called over Bushmen, and then they got police tape around it, etc., etc. But what directed his attention to look in that particular burn barrel, and no one checked it on the 5th or the 6th? Does anyone got any comments? Because remember, guys, no one had any interest in the burn pit or the burn barrel on the 5th and the 6th, and all of a sudden on the 7th, they look inside the burn barrel. Jack 61.
I've got Duke's photo on screen, and there are 2 yellow flags there.
Interesting.
And the reason I pointed those out is because from Trooper Reese on the 6th, we see that those flags are there. And so that means that whatever it was, that's and the reason I know it's an evidence flag, I've always seen that flag, but it was actually convicting a murder. They had a nice zoomed in, and I'll have to find the screenshot I got of it, but they had a nice zoomed in photo where I could clearly see that yellow flag said evidence. And so there was something of evidentiary value that was found there, feet from that burn barrel on the 6th. And again, it goes to your point. And we have to remember they had taken the Yana burn barrels the morning of the 6th. And so you would think that with something being found so close to it, someone would have peered into that burn barrel prior to around noon on the 7th.
Oh, correct. And remember, and somebody asked the question, Loof went straight past the burn barrel. Loof, who's a scent dog, I don't think Brutus had any hit at all, but mind you, there's no human remains were found. But Loof went straight past the burn barrel and went straight down across the cornfield to Cuss Road. Jack 61.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't think Brutus or Luke gave a damn about this burn barrel here. Not at all.
No, they didn't. They didn't. Now, I do not know whether Luke would have been able to detect the scent of Teresa Hallbark, but if you look at that mobile phone, the majority of the pieces are, okay, yes, they're burnt, but they appear to be intact, right? Now, it defies, and this is going to get really embarrassing for the state, right? I'm already working on a rebuttal on this. To do a proper rebuttal will take about an hour to do, but I'm going to make the state look really, really foolish. It makes no sense. In all honesty, it makes no sense for Stephen to gather the electronics and burn them. If you wanted to turn off the mobile phone, all you had to do is switch it off or remove the battery. And that's it. If Stephen and Brendan went through the process of shooting Teresa Hallbark 11 times or whatever it was, dismembering her, then cremating her, hey, why not put everything together in the one batch? And to prove that, what did Brendan say? Oh, when we were in the garage, we were cleaning up the garage floor, right, with rags or whatever. And Fassbender and Wiegert convinced him that the red fluid that he was cleaning up was in fact blood. And what did he say? Brendan said, oh, we used Teresa Hallbark's own clothing to mop up the floor and put it into the furnace, into the burn pit. But when the investigators went in there looking for Teresa Hallbark's blood, they even jackhammered the floor and found zero. Clearly, they're not cleaning up Teresa Hallbark's blood in there. She never was in there. So if this horrible incineration or cremation event took place in the burn pit, why is Stephen going to his burn barrel, putting suspicion on himself by lighting a fire in the burn barrel and then going, oh, we're going to incinerate Teresa Hallbark in the burn pit? Why not put everything together, get rid of all the evidence in one hit, Duke?
I also think it's important for us to remember that there's been hundreds of officers at this point on the 7th. There's been hundreds of officers in and out of that property looking
Correct.
for exactly what Deputy Siders finds, which is some evidence of Teresa, right?
Correct.
And what are the odds that Deputy Siders is the one who finds the cell phone, is also the one who's a part of the team that finds a suspected burial site earlier that day
at Cuss Road?
The connection between the two is unbelievable.
Yes, correct. I think both events are directly linked, because one day after, we have the Holy Jost and Sipple discover the very first bone fragment in the grass, and Sipple is called over by Jost, and they co-discover the bone, and then Sturtevant comes along, and all of a sudden everyone is seeing bone fragments in the burn pit. That's very interesting, because there was no cadaver dog hit at all in Stephen Avery's burn pit prior. Jack 61.
Yeah, but for some reason, the two lead detectives weren't notified about this major find, at least as important as the RAV4. They didn't go to the scene. And what Duke said about this connection with Siders to the Disturbed Earth clandestine burial site, I completely agree. There's something fucking weird going on here. I have to believe that.
There is definitely something weird going on. Now, I'm going to go around the panel. And ask the question, and also in chat, do you think Stephen Avery burnt Teresa Hallbark's electronics in his own burn barrel, literally in the front of his own house? Alice, what do you think?
No, I don't think he did, Doc.
Okay, interesting. Duke, what about yourself?
I'd be willing to bet a lot of money that he did not. No.
Okay, interesting. I don't. I think I don't recall. It's got a thing disconnected. Jack 61. What about yourself?
No way. I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. Mm-mm.
Okay. Just Rhonda.
No. No.
Okay. Interesting. Neverly, what about yourself? Stephen Avery burned Teresa Hallbach's electronics?
No, I don't think that Stephen had anything to do with Teresa or her electronics or her death or nothing. No.
Okay. Interesting. Myself, no, I don't. It doesn't make any sense. And I'll prove it to you. Don't worry about that. Cam made a real big deal about the burnt electronics, right? And they use two witnesses. And I can already see Jack 61's eyes rolling in the back of his head. The witnesses that they used were Blaine Dassey and Robert Fabian. And I'm preparing a rebuttal. It'll take me a little while to put together. I'm not going to do it now because I'll present to you trial testimony and testimonies, and also introduce what Brendan Dassey said. Both Blaine and both Robert Fabian can be very easily discredited. Very, very easily. When you factor what Brendan Dassey allegedly said to both Fassbender and Uyghur, you'll be shocked, right? That they're trying to even introduce Blaine and Robert Fabian into the narrative. Robert Fabian, I'll just very, very quickly discuss this. Robert Fabian stated that both him and Earl were on the golf cart and they stopped between Stephen's property and the garage, and never said they stopped at a burn barrel. And what did Robert Fabian say? The smoke blew straight in his face, and he asked Earl to move the golf cart. There's one huge problem, actually several. You remember what Earl said in the program? I don't remember that. And I don't believe that Robert would lie about it. How can two people be standing next to a smoking burn barrel with a tire? The tire must have been burning because you can see the tire rim. There's a tire rim there. How can you have two people next to a smoking burn barrel? One remembers smoke going in their face and the other one can't recall the event. Does anyone have a comment? Do you have a comment? How can this possibly be?
Well, I mean, it was very shocking for me to hear Earl say, I don't remember this happening, but Bobby's got no reason to lie. I was shocked to hear that. So whatever it is, something is off there.
Correct. But aren't you rather dismayed that he sided with his friend, Robert Fabian, rather than his own brother? Like Earl could have said, oh, maybe Robert was mistaken. No, what did Earl say? Oh, Robert wouldn't lie. But wait a minute, did Robert Fabian have any issues with Stephen Avery?
Oh, I don't know. You have to tell me.
Were there any issues? Jack 61, were there any problems with Robert Fabian and Stephen Avery?
It seemed like there were, but I can't recall, Doc.
Okay. Interesting. So here's the other. Yeah.
Well, Robert Fabian and Earl Avery were best friends. Who's to say the wives were not best friends either? And we know how Candy feels about Stephen. The history. So speculation.
I think there is bad blood. But again, hearsay, rumors, innuendo. But from what I've read, what I've seen, there was a bit of bad blood between Stephen and Robert Fabian, right? And even what is remarkable is that Earl Avery and I think Robert Fabian were sighting in their weapons and firing in the pit. The exact same area the RAV4 was found. And what did Earl say? That car was not there. That vehicle was not there when they were down there. Duke, do you have a comment?
Do we know what kind of guns that they were shooting?
I think they listed it. I think it's in the CASO report. I'm not sure whether it was a .22 or a 303. That I can't recall off the top of my head.
That's okay. And then the other question I had is that golf cart that they were driving. Do we know if that's the same golf cart that
There was a hit.
the dog hit on?
Yeah, I believe it was. I think it was Mama Avery's. I believe it was Mama Avery's golf cart. Now the problem is, right, you got to remember that a cadaver dog like Brutus is not specific for Teresa Hallbach. It'll detect any form of human blood or decomposition. So it could have been from anything, right?
Right.
But
the reason I mentioned it, the reason I mentioned it was just because in listening to, and Jack will back me up on this, in listening to a lot of the calls and radio around that time, it did seem like there was some significance to that golf cart. Or at least they thought there was some significance to it.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't it because they thought that they'd carried Teresa Hallbach on the golf cart?
Yep.
Yeah. And so again, for Earl and Robert Fabian to put themselves on that golf cart that day, for me, is just another eyebrow raiser.
Correct. And they also couldn't get their dates straight on when they actually went down there, sighting in their weapons and hunting for rabbits. They got their days completely confused. But the other issue with Robert Fabian is that he makes no mention of any foul smell coming from the burn pit, right? So he noted the smoke blowing in his face, and Kathleen Zorner actually showed the smoke was going in the opposite direction. It was blowing away from him. How could it be blowing to him? If Robert Fabian and Earl were right at Stephen Avery's burn barrel, that's something that Earl's not going to forget, right? You're not going to forget black smoke coming from a burning barrel. And what is very interesting is exactly what Josh Redont said. What did Josh Redont say? He goes, I saw an orange flame that seemed to be contained to a burn barrel. But note where he said he saw the fire. Not at Stephen's burn barrel, but in between the houses of Stephen Avery and Yunda and Bob Yunda. Not at Stephen Avery's burn barrel, right? So it's very, very interesting. So what I've done, I've prepared a rebuttal of both Blaine, Robert Fabian. Robert Fabian, we've just discussed now that his statements are completely inconsistent, and Brendan Dassey. And in a future episode, I will do a full rebuttal and I'll prove to you that Blaine Dassey, unfortunately, is a dead set liar. Anyone want to make a comment? Neverly.
I was going to go back when you mentioned about Robert Fabian smelling the burnt plastic, right? And then Tom Fassbender showing that there was and he's just so casually minimalized the presence of the rim. We could only imagine how horribly smoky and smelly that would be. You wouldn't be wishy-washy about it. And then again, as you pointed out, if you can smell Teresa's burnt plastic phone, how could you not smell her burned body?
Oh, correct. Now, the argument is, well, maybe they haven't started cremating Teresa Hallbach, right? But don't you think your priority, if you're the murderer, don't you think your priority is to get rid of all the blood or the dismembered limbs rather than, don't worry, I'll take my time. I'm going to go burn some electronics. Clearly, you've got a much greater problem on your hand. You need to dispose of a body. Don't worry about the electronics. All you need to do with the electronics is just simply hide them or pull the battery out. End of story. And when did Teresa Hallbach stop responding on her phone? Does anyone remember the time? Anyone remember the time?
2:41.
2:41. 2:41, the middle of the day. Did any of his family members recall a fire going on in the middle of the day? Anyone? From a burn barrel? Anyone? Not that I recall. And when did Redont say he saw the fire? Late afternoon. And it was an orange flame pertaining to a 50-gallon drum or something like that. Not a burn pit. Jack 61.
Yeah, if you remember looking at the photos we looked at from Redont's vantage point, there's no way he could have seen Avery's burn barrel. No way.
No, not from that vantage point at all. So, look, it is very interesting about those electronics. I still believe the electronics are tied. I agree with Duke. I believe the electronics are tied with Cuss Road. I really, really do. And I still can't answer Susan's question. And Susan's question was, if they found these things at Cuss Road, why didn't they make it work? Something that they found did not point to Stephen. They could not make it work. Duke.
I'd be remiss if I didn't say this, and I will sound like a broken record. But if you look at that burn barrel, you'll see crime scene tape, right?
Yes.
Immediately, they find that thing. They find burnt electronics. They, at that point, they have no idea if it's hers or not, right? They couldn't.
No.
They might have assumed, but they didn't know. But immediately, crime scene tape goes up, and it's treated like a crime scene. Same
Correct.
thing with Cuss Road that day. Crime scene
Correct.
tape right away.
Correct.
They're not positive what it is, but crime scene tape goes up. What the hell is going on at the burn pit on the 8th? And why isn't there crime scene tape put up right away? And the answer is because it was not a crime scene.
100% correct. And also, what's damning is the lack of people around that area, a total lack of people around that area. And that's why we're doing this particular chapter, because the investigators were everywhere but around the burn pit and the burn barrel. And that's a really big clue, right? You're correct, Duke. In fact, they didn't even go to the burn pit on the 9th. They returned on the 10th. So they quickly sifted the burn pit on the 8th. They covered it. No crime scene tape. In fact, we know that Wiegert, Fassbender, and Pagel didn't even go to the burn pit, right? They were around other areas. This is very, very damning. You're right. The moment that they found those burnt electronics, the moment that they found bones at the burn pit, it would have been tools down. Let's shut this place right down, super quick, call in the coroner immediately. None of that transpired. Neverly.
I was gonna comment when you were talking about, what time Fabian smelled the plastic, and when I said, but he didn't smell the body burning over there. Well,
Correct.
let's not forget the fact that in order to properly disseminate a human body to the smithereens, like it was shown in the box of bones, right? Those we're talking about 1/2 inch, 1 inch, and so forth. You need time. So you can't start at 6 o'clock at night.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Correct.
And be done in a couple of hours. You need to have it like 8 hours. Is that what the Han said? 8 hours with a temperature of like 1800 degrees.
You need constant fuel. You need a heavy fuel load. You need to tend to the fire, and it's about 4, 5, or 6 hours to completely convert a human being to tiny bone fragments. Is what we see. But Duke will probably chime in that there's a huge problem, and the factor is you've got item BZ, which is desiccated muscle tissue that somehow survived the cremation event. So in the same burn pit, you have got tiny bone fragments the size of your pinky, And you've also got several pieces of desiccated muscle tissue that somehow survived the great big whopping fire. Duke.
And it's a huge problem that item BZ is not in that box, because that box was Ertles and everyone else that was there in the 8th box to put everything that they thought was of evidentiary value that they were looking at in that burn pit into that box. And they got a lot of pieces in that box that are much smaller and less obvious in that box. But a giant, and I use the word giant relatively to this case and what they found, 2.4 inch by 1.2 inch piece of muscle tissue. The fact that it's not in that box is a huge deal.
Right, and you're correct, Duke. And also, what did Ertl say? Ertl said that the guys that were doing the sifting would often ask him, is this a bone? Is it such and such? Oh, look, if you don't know, just put it in the box. Are you trying to tell me, Duke, and everybody else on the panel and in chat, that someone picked up muscle tissue the size of a golf ball and said, nah, nothing to see here, let me throw it on the top? Duke, do you have any comments?
It didn't happen. It's impossible. And the only other alternative is that it fell through a 1/4 inch screen, a mesh screen, which is also impossible. So
now the of course, in when we do the reading with the crew slides, we're going to talk all about this. But here's the big problem. You have an arson investigator, someone who's obviously seen human beings burnt to a crisp. And you trying to tell me that no one noticed burnt muscle tissue and simply bypassed it, never got placed in the box? Bennett never mentions about tissue pieces. And all of a sudden on the 10th, right, Duke, item BZ just falls out of the sky? Duke.
Yeah, well, Bennett didn't mention it because Bennett was analyzing, again, that box of bones that was sent to him on the 9th. And BZ doesn't appear for the first time until the 10th, when it's removed from that tarp that they allegedly had at the burn pit to collect the debris that fell through the sifter or things that they felt like weren't of evidentiary value. And it's pulled from there. And not just, I need to say this because it's not just item BZ. Like, there's this one piece that we missed from the, from the burn pit. During that same search of that same tarp on the 10th, they find several more bones, right?
Yes,
it's a very thorough search of it. Lights on, close examination. They find more bones and things like that. And that's unbelievable if you stop it there. But it doesn't stop there, because there's a third search where, there's more bones found in allegedly that same tarp. So when we do get to that point where we can break that down, it's so unbelievable. It's almost laughable.
Oh, correct. And it's extremely damning, right? So the other person who was part of Search Team A was Seglob. Now, the reason why Seglob is so important is because Tom Sawinski allegedly spoke to Seglob, right? So we've got that call. The call got transferred to Seglob, but we don't know what Sawinski actually said to Seglob. So it's remarkable, guys. Think about it. Search Team A, Bushman, finds the clandestine burial site. Seglob, 1 day prior, talks to Tom Sawinski about Tom Sawinski seeing 2 people push a RAV onto the property. You've got Siders, who happens to find the burnt electronics in the burn barrel. And then you've got Sergeant Jason Jost, who, along with Sipple, are the first people to find bone fragments in the grass, in the burn pit. And Duke will back me up. Ertl says we collected no bones, we sifted no bones apart from what was in the burn pit. Are you trying to tell me that they left a human vertebra bone, which I proved was not human but animal? Are you trying to tell me that they never went outside the ash pile and they were finding bone fragments? Duke.
No, there's no need to collect the animal bone that was sitting out in the grass. That's no big deal. And Brutus told you it was no big deal when he walked right by it.
That's correct. That's 100% correct. Brutus gave the narrative away, and it tends to suggest that this material was simply dumped to point a finger at Stephen. It looks like it was dumped there. Now, if you're Stephen and you have burnt Teresa's electronics, now, remember what Wiegert said? They had 5 days to clean up, but they magically leave bone fragments in his burn pit, literally outside his house, and he left the burnt electronics in his own burn barrel, and he left the number plates literally down the street, where any searcher walking past, looking in the car, will say, "Oh my God, there are number plates." It doesn't stack up. Neverly, do you have a comment?
Anthony Hills has a question, and he asked it for things like 2-3 hours ago. He goes, where's the analysis finding on item A5? And then he answered his own question. He said Cherie missed it in her report conveniently. Do we know anything about that?
I'll have to go over the reports. Can anyone remember off the top of their head item A5?
I believe that's some sort of hair that's found in the RAV.
I can look it up right now.
Yes, hair in the RAV, yeah.
Hair, they never analyzed the hair.
No.
They never analyzed the hair. You got to understand, Cherie Cohen did not do a complete DNA profile of all items. She basically took the swabs, several of the swabs, and then stopped. She never processed all the stains that were present in the RAV4. Duke, did you have a comment?
No.
Okay. Now, look, guys, we've spent quite a bit of time already. Do you guys want to continue? Does everyone in chat want us to continue? Yes or no? Because we still got a couple of more slides looking at...
Absolutely, Doc. Let's keep going.
Are you happy to continue?
Oh, yeah, sure.
All right. Okay. So this, oh boy, we can spend days on this one. Jack 61, can we have a look at the next slide? Now, to me, I didn't know, to be honest, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry or A7, Jack 61. You got A7? Hopefully you got that one. It's the one before. It's the one about the, that's the one. I didn't know whether to laugh, cry, cringe, or go up to Andy and give him a hug. But this was terrible. I cannot put it in any simpler terms. I felt so bad for him. This was about the discovery of the key in Stephen's bedroom. Now, what the narrative goes that both Lenk, Colburn, and Kucharski were sent in to recover pornography, right? To recover pornography. And so when the searchers went in there, Lenk and Colburn, Kucharski was sitting on the bed and taking down notes. And they were collecting the pornography. And they even showed this picture of Laurie. Now, in my opinion, was it necessary to put that picture of Laurie showing her semi-naked, or, obviously naked pictures were taken of her? Was it necessary to put it in the documentary, Jack 61?
Can we say cringe? I mean,
yes.
This space bomb cringe, it's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. Duke.
I do want to point out, Doc, that it's interesting that Fassbender, in Convicting, a few episodes prior to this one, or maybe it was this one, I could be wrong, but he said that this search on the 8th here was going to be another thorough search, right?
No, search, correct.
One last search because they didn't know if they wanted to get in and make sure they had everything because they didn't know if they're going to be able to get back in after this.
One more time, correct.
And then Colburn goes on to tell this wild narrative of how he thought when he heard that news, he thought, "Oh gosh, here we go again.
Not again."
And then he said he's kind of grumbling while him and Lank walk up to the trailer, and on that walk, it's Lank that tells Colburn, "Oh, by the way, we're going in to look at the porn or look to collect the porn." And then Colburn got even more, upset. "Oh, here we, So was it that they were going in specifically for the porn, or were they going in for a thorough search? Those are two different things.
Correct. Because remember, they it is so. I just cannot believe these guys. I really cannot believe these guys that they went in specifically at one time to get the guns. So they just walk in, they don't check anything, they just go get the guns. Another time, they go in and they get Stephen's computer and they walk out, right? Then you got the three amigos on November the 5th who go in and start collecting blood drops, swabbing. They obviously would have checked everything and everywhere, right? Because you just simply don't know whether you're going to go back in. Jack 61.
I can tell you what this is, Doc. I mean, after looking at this for so many years, it's a big old fishing expedition. Pardon my word.
Yes.
It's a big fishing trip. I don't know of any case. I don't know of any case, Doc. None, not one, that the police were allowed to just go back in. That's not the way it's supposed to work.
No, normally, when they would have gone in on November the 5th, they would have ripped the place apart. If you believe that Teresa Halbach was in there, or there was evidence of Teresa Halbach was in there, they would have gone through that place with a fine-tooth comb, right? We know that Lenk, Colburn, Remica, they were in there. Furthermore, they brought in the cadaver dog. They meant business. The cadaver dog Brutus gave a hit in the bathroom. Their antennas would have been raised to the roof. Shit, there's something here. So that's why they came in and did the swabbing. And that's why they came in and did photography. Are you trying to tell me that they didn't look at everything in that place from head to toe? Do we find any evidence of Teresa? Is there any evidence of a weapon, any form of assault taking place here? Nope. Nothing. And yet they were asked to keep going back in. Duke, your opinion, sir?
Well, for people that don't know this, you can actually yourselves, via a recording from a CASO officer, and I think it was Tyson and Wendy Baldwin, they actually walked through and filmed themselves walking through Stephen's trailer on November the 6th at about 3 p.m.
Yes, and so correct.
You yourself can go ahead and look at what that trailer looked like, how big it was, rather how small it was. You can see that these two officers are not wearing any sort of protective equipment. They're in their shoes walking around. They're grabbing items with their bare hands. And then several months later, we have images of these teams that are in there in full body suits, remember? With gloves and everything on.
That was March 2nd. That was March 2nd.
March 2nd.
But you know why? What did Kratz say? Kratz said, we now know what to look for. I'm not going to use swear words, but I could not believe what I just heard. We now know what to look for. Why? Because they got the narrative that Teresa was pinned up in Stephen's bed. And that's why it necessitated tearing the place to pieces, including the headboard, the woodwork, and the carpet. And what did they find?
Nothing.
Total of?
Nothing.
What?
Zero. Which meant, correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen and ladies, that Brutus was correct on November the 5th Correct or incorrect?
He was correct.
He was correct. Duke, continue.
That was pretty much all I was going to say. And you're right. Brutus was correct. And he was correct when he hit on the back of the RAV.
Correct.
And they, again, those officers, for as much as they want to, and, I hear a lot of guilters really want to downplay what this chapter, right, for us is all about. And that's the dogs here. For as much as they want to downplay it, if you look into it, they really utilized those dogs and trusted those dogs. And those dogs were pretty damn good at what they did. And from what I've seen, almost always right.
Correct.
I agree 100%. I did want to point out something here. Remember, now this is, this picture at the top left. This is November 8th. Think back to 4 days earlier, or maybe, it was a pretty early conversation that Remaker had with, I think it was Herman. Remember, he was talking about, it was the morning of the 5th, really early. They were talking about this walkthrough that Remaker and Link had went there on the night of the 4th. Remaker is telling, he's telling this other detective, I don't think he had anything to do with it. That's my gut feeling. He would have definitely told that to Link. He was with him.
Correct. And don't forget what Remaker said. He denied being inside Stephen Avery's trailer with the cadaver dog.
Yeah.
It was written by Diedring, because Diedring observed who went in, because he took a note. And what did Diedring say? I personally did not observe Brutus do a hit.
Yeah.
He might not have observed it, but we're talking about a little 700, I don't know how big, but little tiny place. He sure as shit heard it.
900 square feet. It's tiny.
Yep. A cadaver dog like Brutus barks. And inside Stephen Avery's trailer, you would definitely be able to hear a cadaver dog barking and alerting. So there are some very interesting inconsistencies, because remember what Remaker said. I think it was him and Steyer were the first ones that entered in the property because they had a search warrant and they knocked the door in. And what did Remaker say? I noted a red stain or red staining. That would have alerted him immediately, right? What happened after Brutus did the alert? 1 or 2 hours later, the three amigos went in there with their evidence collection kits and started collecting and swabbing for blood droplets. They're already putting 2 and 2 together that blood is from Teresa Horbach, correct? Duke, do you have a comment?
Correct. And remind me, and I might have sent it to you already, Doc, but I'll send it again and maybe we can clip it too. I have found a radio transmission where in the background, based on the timing and everything and who the radio traffic is, I have Brutus, the noise that he's making as he's alerting. And let me tell you, when this guy's alerting, it was not a little bark. This guy was going nuts.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah. We need that.
I'll get that to you guys and we can clip it because it's telling.
Please.
Yeah. You mean he barked louder than Bear?
He sounded like he was yelling. Yeah, he was. Yep. He was telling you, "Hey guys, look here."
Yep, 100% correct. So, Jack 61, do you have a comment?
Well, just a question: Are we going to talk about the key and the bookcase or the old record cabinet?
Yeah. That's what this slide's all about. Good. Because this is what if I could just finish the narrative quite quickly, their excuse why nobody saw the key, because Kaczarski said it wasn't there. So the whole premise is that they were taking out all the pornographic material from the cabinet, and they were shoving in the folders, and they must have rattled and rolled it so hard and shoved it in so hard that they actually broke the back of the cabinet. And the key magically goes around the corner. And if you notice the picture, notice the two pictures. Somebody moved the slippers. The slippers are not in the original position. And have a look at the cabinets themselves. They look totally different. Remember what Rookie said? Oh, the coins. How come the coins didn't move? And Colburn said, I have no idea why the coins didn't move. So, according to Andrew Colburn, it was the shaking, rattling, and rolling of the cabinet because he was very upset with the pornographic material that he shoved in the folder so hard, he cracked the back of the cabinet and the key went around the corner and fell on the ground. Lenk left the room, came back and said, oh, look, there's a key. Wait, Jack 61. Neverly, do you have a comment?
Yeah. Colburn also took advantage of having a spotlight on himself during taping of Cam, that he stated that he was disappointed with Steven's porn collection.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
That's what he said, I swear.
It wasn't as good as he thought.
Cringe.
Yeah. My other point was that Kucharski, who was sitting or laying on Steven's bed while this was all going on, Kucharski, who was not from MTSO, my belief, and I think other people agreed as well, is that he was supposed to find a dropped key.
The key. Yes, he was.
But he dropped the ball. So
yes.
They had no choice but to say, oh, look, a key. Another point, because they had to do that. It would be wonderful if somebody, the babysitter from Calumet would have found that. Then Manitowoc officers would be like, we didn't find it. We had nothing to do with that. But for Kucharski, he didn't see the key that was right there, 1 foot away from him, staring basically at him.
Correct. But I want you to note one thing, and I'll get Duke on in a second, and Jack 61. The moment they found that key, the moment they saw Toyota, now remember, this is a salvage yard with 4,000 cars in it. What did they do immediately? Who did they call and who went down there?
Fassbender, wasn't it? Wasn't it Fassbender?
And Uyghur.
Yep.
Wait. You know what I'm going to say? They find fucking bone fragments in a burn pit. Fassbender, Uyghur, and Pagel never show up.
That's right.
Tell me, am I hallucinating here? What do you think is a more significant finding? The potential cremains of the victim or a key?
Oh, I think the cremains are, like I said earlier, I think they're just as relevant, if not more so, than the RAV. They have to be.
Correct. Finding the cremains of the victim, oh my God, you've cracked the case. You have cracked the case. And yet they never showed up. But they all came running for the key. And what did they do? Oh, immediately get it to the crime lab. Yep. And what did Culhane do? Culhane, after swabbing it, put it in the door to open the door and to crank the motor open. But nobody showed up when it came to the bone fragments.
Nope.
Duke.
Just real quickly, because that great point has just been made, right? I do believe as well that it was Kucharski that was supposed to find that key.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Correct.
And what do we see? 'Cause I don't know the specific time of that key being found on the 8th there, but what do we see on the same day is Jost goes down to find Sipple, a case officer, and he says in his call, remember, he says, well, I directed his attention towards the bone. That was what was going on, and I 100% agree with that statement. It was Kucharski that was supposed to find it.
Yeah.
That's 100% because these officers knew, wait a minute, we're MTSO. What are we doing pointing to all this forensic evidence? We want somebody from Calumet to find it, but Kucharski didn't see the key. And he was asked, did you hear the key fall? Nope. So when Lenk came in,
he was daydreaming.
when Len came in, it was probably looking at the porn collection, right? When Len came in, he says, "Oh, look, there's a key." And the look on Colburn's face, he goes, "Where the F did that key come from?" That was hilarious, Jack 61.
Well, I just wanted to point out, just right quick, just take a second. Number one, actually two things. Number one, I've said it 100 times and I'll continue to say it. Cops do not put shit back once they've taken it out. They search an area, that way they know that area's been looked at. And here we are. They're saying, and they even testified, they're putting the stuff back in this little record cabinet. Number two, why would they have to shove anything anywhere with that much space in here? There's plenty of room to slide that binder back in there. Number three, once it was emptied, they could clearly see there was nothing in there. Nothing.
Well, that Lenk was asked that direct question. He goes, "You've emptied the cabinet. Did you see a key or a fob in the back of the cabinet?" And what did Lenk say?
No.
No, sir. No, sir. And then what does Andrew Colburn do? He writes an email to his boss and says, "Oh, no. The key was cleverly hidden behind the cabinet, not in the cabinet," which destroyed his own theory of the fact that he broke the cabinet and the key secreted itself around the corner.
Right.
Jack 61.
That's exactly. I was actually going to bring up this letter, he wrote after Ma'am came out. And now we have in Convicting about him writing notes on his leg, which we never heard before, as he's driving, talking to Waker.
Correct. Neville, do you have a comment?
Yes. The other day we were all, a bunch of us were in foul play on phone, and we were just talking about the case and whatnot. And I said, and that Kucharski was just sitting there on the crime scene. And Sapper Cop actually corrected me. He goes, at the time, they didn't know that this murder and mayhem happened on that bed. And I'm like, okay, that's fair point. Yeah. However, the mere fact they were suspecting Stephen and they were looking for evidence of Teresa or anything to do with Teresa's disappearance at the time, they should have all been in the freaking hazmat suits, protecting the evidence from themselves. But they were not.
Actually, Neville, I can go one step better. They should have called Erdl and the crime lab and the fucking coroner. That's it. End of story. You do not get, and don't worry, we'll talk about it. You do not you do not go one step beyond what the SOP is. The SOP is you bring in the crime lab with proper detection, proper suits if you're going through the crime scene. What Fassbender was saying was, oh, no. It was only a cursory look, right, Neville? Oh, they came in, they checked out, they didn't find anything. Oh, but I sent them back in to now look at the evidence more closely. What does Kratz say after they interviewed Brendan Dassey? We now know what to look for, which meant they found nothing the first time round, apart from the key, and they found nothing the second time round when they knew what to look for. They clearly had no idea what had happened to Teresa. Whatever happened to that poor lady, it didn't happen in that trailer. Would you guys agree? Yes or no? It never happened in that trailer. Their own forensic experts, their own forensic evidence tells you that nothing nefarious occurred in that trailer. Otherwise, they would have found it. What do you guys think?
No way. Not a chance. With all this stuff that has been described, there would have been some of Teresa's blood, whatever, somewhere in that bedroom, somewhere in that trailer. I have no doubt.
Correct. If what Brendan Dassey, I'll get you in a sec, Duke. If what Brendan Dassey said was true, the amount of potential forensic evidence coming from the victim and both perpetrators would have been off the charts. Off the charts. If what Brendan Dassey said occurred to Teresa Halbach, they would have found a ton of evidence. There's no way on God's earth. They even took the vacuum cleaner bag and found nothing in that bag that was incriminating. Nothing. Duke.
Let me put it this way. It's next to impossible to believe that trained investigators can walk through a trailer that's that clustered and dirty a few days after this horrific murder takes place in it and not visibly see any signs of a murder taking place in there. It's next to impossible, but it's not impossible, right? Like they could have visually, sure, if you want to believe that Stephen was that good at cleaning up the scene and they didn't visibly see anything, sure, I'll give you that there's a very, very slight possibility of that. What is impossible is that a cadaver dog would have walked through there and not smelled what had happened in there. That is actually impossible. And so for anyone to believe otherwise, I think you have to be able to take a jump that's way too far to believe that a trained cadaver dog could walk through there and not detect what had happened based on what Brendan said.
Correct. So, when you sum up all the forensic evidence, when you sum up their own observations and forensic evidence, and I believe that Earl even luminol treated Stephen Avery's trailer and bedroom, they concluded that nothing was there. They didn't find anything. Hence, why they needed to plant the key. And to make matters worse, what did Ken Kratz say as soon as they found the key? What were the words of Ken Kratz that he said on cam?
You guys just fucked my case.
Now, this is a special attorney saying, you guys just fucked up my case. The question must be, wait a minute, you've just found the victim's vehicle's key. How could they possibly fuck up your case? He knew why. In the back of his mind, he was thinking, oh my God, this looks like planted forensic evidence. Right, guys? Right?
I think he was thinking, what the hell did you guys do?
Yep. And not only that, he was so angry, he went up to Fassbender and Wiegert and blasted them. And to make matters worse, guys, in court, in his closing statement, he goes essentially, please forgive these officers. Let's forget about the key, right, guys? Let's set the key aside.
Yeah,
it's not. It goes.
Not important. It's not important. It's so fucked up. Let's just can't we just set the key aside after he's had 3 officers testify about it? It's ridiculous.
Yes. He goes, in the grand scheme of things, the key's not important. And I'm thinking to myself, guys, this is a nightmare. Duke, do you have a comment?
I was just going to say, I mean, the key just drives me wild, right? I mean, for Pagel to be calling on the 10th, right? That he says they found his blood on the key.
Correct.
Who the hell said, hello, Sheriff Pagel? I want to let you know we found Stephen Avery's blood on the key.
I know. All right. Look, guys, are we nearly approaching 4 hours?
You're saying that like it's a bad thing.
No, I'm just saying we just got started.
Doc, we're at 3 hours and almost 48 minutes.
Do people in the chat want us to continue? Do they want us to continue? Because we got a lot more.
Hey guys,
stuff.
put a yes if you want us to continue in chat. And while they're doing that, Jack, is there a way you could link a CASO report in the chat for NANS Live 7, please?
Yes, what page?
Okay, so we have yeses. What page, NANS Live?
And by the way, Neverly, I want to show this to you right now before I forget.
Okay.
I'm going to show you A5.
Oh, okay.
Anthony Hill says, keep going, almost solved it. That's right.
Okay. I'll just tell my therapist to come a bit later.
Yeah. And have
all
a
right.
snack.
I will. Well, it really was, I agree with Jack 61. It really was very cringe with what Colburn had no answers. He could not explain the key, but it actually got worse. Jack 61, do you have Jack 61, you want to talk about this?
Yeah, well, I never really wanted to see what A5 was, so I wanted to pop this up right quick. As you can see, A5 says the following item submitted: questioned hair recovered from back seat, driver's side.
Seat.
Yep, that was on 11/8 by Culhane, and then it was handled by other. It doesn't look like it was tested, but other people handled it.
And Nan's life is correct. There is a report that says that it was Kaczarski that found the key. They mentioned him. I think it could have been in Wiegert's report where they put Kaczarski's name and not Lincoln Colburn.
Did Nan's life say which page she wanted shown?
No, she didn't yet.
I think that, okay. Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is. I remember seeing Kaczarski's name.
Okay. Thank you.
For it. All right. Okay, guys. Well, let's continue. So Jack 61, if we can have a look at the next slide. I thought that was bad enough. But this is about the key itself. Now, this is when I became personally irate. Really irate. The amount of disinformation about that key is staggering, right? You guys have already highlighted that Pagel said there was blood on the key, Stephen Avery's blood. But this, now I know the role of Dave. As soon as he started talking about DNA, now I apologize to Dave if he has a PhD in molecular genetics, like I have. I apologize to you, Dave. But he started talking like he was an expert at DNA. And he was talking about, well, I remember they even talked about it in court. They said, well, okay. And Fallon, remember Fallon? So 2 people can touch this key. And because allegedly Stephen had the key for a longer period of time, that means that somehow he rubbed all of Teresa's DNA off that key. Because remember, Teresa is the owner of that key. So Stephen, by handling the key for days, according to Fallon, somehow rubbed all her DNA off the key. And Stephen was so good and kind, he decided to leave his own DNA on the key. And Dave is, he presents his case. He's the person of reason. Because, of course, if Stephen handled the key, then he must have left his DNA on there, and all of Teresa's DNA is expunged. Right? But this is where it gets really interesting. And this, I think, shows the ruse. Think about it. You're Stephen. You see the key, and the key would have likely been attached to the lanyard. Correct? Am I speculating? Or do you think that if that was Teresa's main key, do you think it's reasonable to suggest that the key was attached to the lanyard? What do you think, guys?
Absolutely.
Right? Because they said, I'm not sure, was it Groffy? They spoke to one person and said, where did you find that key, the lanyard? We found it in the middle console. In the middle console. And this is where Ken Kratz entrapped himself. Because a rookie asked him about the blood. He goes, I'll tell you how the blood got there. Stephen leant from one position to another position, drip, drip. Oh, yeah? So as he was actively bleeding, he picked up the key, correct? Correct?
Yep. That's right.
Because he's actively bleeding, he picked up the key. But wait a minute. Instead of taking the entire key with the lanyard, Stephen was such a good boy, he decides to detach the key. Why not take the whole lot? Stick it in your pocket. What's the difference? None. But Stephen was such a good boy, he removed the key and the fob and left the lanyard. If you're going to plant the key, this is what you do. You discover the key and the lanyard together in the car before anybody gets the photograph, and you go, I'm taking that key. This could be useful. Getting where I'm going, Jack 61? Guys, where I'm going. This can be useful. So in other words, if you think that Stephen had committed this crime, you go, we want to make sure he doesn't get out of it, because the last time he got out of it by pubic hair testing. We're going to nab him, right? And don't say Colburn didn't have Stephen's DNA. She did. She already had Stephen's DNA from 2003. So setting up the key was a piece of cake. No problem. I could do it. Anyone could do it. So Stephen is dripping blood across the seats and somehow smeared the CD case. But he's such a good boy, he left the other part of the key, the lanyard, behind. Right? But according to Kratz, he's dripping blood, but there's no blood on the key fob or on the key, Jack 61.
Well, I was just going to ask, if he's actively bleeding and, you don't hold the key necessarily with your, your index finger and your middle finger, that would be on back on the fob, but there's no blood on it. What the hell?
There's no blood on the fob, right?
No.
And to make matters worse, they even stuck the key under the high-powered microscope. Dr. Palanik did. He goes, I can't see any blood here.
Right.
Duke.
Well, Doc, I actually am interested to get your perspective of this, but I thought it was interesting that Fallon was asking those questions to Earl, right?
Correct. Who wasn't there? Who wasn't there? So it's a loaded question. It's a loaded question. It's the typical switch and bait. So if you got a key and you wipe away all your blood, potentially could you leave your DNA there? Well, yeah. Could it possibly be that you've removed all of Teresa Horbach's DNA? Well, I guess so. So in other words, Fallon is asking a question where he knows what Erdel's answer is going to be without any proof that any of those things took place. Now, the problem is this, right? This is what Colburn does. And she was asked this in court. She goes, Buting goes, now you tell me, how do you test for a DNA? How do you test for us to get a sample of DNA? Colburn says, I look for a stain. I look for a stain. If I see a stain, I do a presumptive test. If that presumptive test is positive, I take another swab and I do a DNA prep. Buting then asks later, did you see any blood on the key? I noted no stains on the key. Why did you swab it for? If you saw no stain on the key or on the fob, why did you swab it for? Was it just in case, or you knew what the answer was going to be? Jack 61.
Just real quick, this is a comment about Fallon and his questioning of Earl. It was so manipulative, in my opinion, what he did, and very misleading. Really misleading.
Shocking. So poor Earl, he knew he was entrapped.
Oh yeah, he was screwed. He was screwed.
Earl was screwed. Now, did they ask Earl, did you find the key? No, sir. Did you handle the key? No, sir. I can't ask you any questions, right? I could only ask questions to a DNA expert. I can't ask you. And here's the interesting thing, guys. Earl could have done all the forensic DNA testing, but did he? Yes or no? No.
He did not. No, he didn't do any of it. Colburn.
Colburn did. Neverly, do you have a quick comment?
Behind the Magic has a question. or had a question, which is, was Teresa's DNA found on the larger part of the lanyard, the one that goes around the neck, I think?
I don't think they tested for that.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I don't believe they swabbed it. And you see,
Thank you.
that's your classic let's evac it. Because if that's Teresa's main key, she's handling those items all the time, right? Duke, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I was just going back to the, Fallon and Ertl's back and forth there. And I would have to review the trial testimony again to see if Beauty or String did this. But could you imagine if on cross they said, no, the state was asking you a lot about blood there, right? And he said, yes.
Correct.
On the 5th of November, when blood was collected in Steve Avery's trailer,
Yes.
did they send you in to do that? No.
No. They asked him. Don't worry, I've got the slides already.
They did. Okay, good.
Don't you worry, I've got it all, Duke. You are really going to get really pissed off. And you could tell that Ertl was fuming. They shafted Ertl for some unknown reason. He might have not been a team player, but they shafted him. They called him last to everything. There had to be a reason. Duke.
Well, they were pissed off at him at the time of the trial after he sent that email to Fassbender saying, hey, listen, jackass, I'm not taking any pictures of something that's obviously been altered.
100% correct. And that's a really, really important point. But what I want to point out is this. I've now got a lot of interest in Dave. And I now know what they've used Dave for. Dave is your voice of reason. If you notice that Dave, if that's his real name, he's a case enthusiast. And what's interesting, they use Dave as, first of all, the doubting Thomas. Of course I believed making a murderer. Of course I believed they were innocent. Oh my God. And notice what Dave said. Dave said, after I did a bit of research, oh my God, of course they're guilty. And interesting that now Dave makes a comment about DNA. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute. Are you an expert on DNA? Have you actually handled DNA? Do you have any experience on doing PCR, DNA extraction, handling DNA? You're making a comment in a documentary about DNA? No, I don't think so. So it's funny. Remember, guys, how Buting questioned Culhane about touch DNA, and Culhane goes, no, I don't agree with you. I'm thinking to myself,
what?
Culhane,
Yeah.
you're a fucking technician. You're not a postdoctoral research fellow. You got no knowledge of this shit. Don't say anything. She was arguing with Buting about touch DNA. And one of the problems with touch DNA is that you might not even be in a crime scene. If someone shakes your hand or touches your possessions and then goes on to a crime scene, they can transfer your touch DNA at a scene where you have never been. And they'll say, what are you doing at the crime scene? So for them to make a comment about the key, say, who owns the key? That's Teresa's main key. Did you find her DNA profile on that key? No, sir. Who'd you find? Stevens. What they didn't disclose was that the amount of DNA they found on that key was 10-fold higher than when Stephen held an exemplar key for 12 minutes. A 10-fold higher amount of DNA on that key, right? So when most people touch an object, they either leave a little bit of touch DNA or nothing at all. Like when they did the experiment with the hood latch. Stephen was such a good boy, and Kratz even said it. Thankfully, Stephen was kind enough to leave his DNA on the key. And I'm thinking to myself, Oh my God, where the hell are we going with this shit? It's so bad. Duke, do you have a comment?
Don't you mean sweat DNA, Doc?
Sweat DNA. Correct. It's terrible, guys. So I'm just very interested. There's one final point I want to make. Did Culhane use up all the DNA that was on that key?
She did.
Yes. It means that nobody can retest it. Let me ask a question to people in chat and on the panel. Did somebody phone her up and said, try to put her in his trailer or garage? Do you know anybody who made that comment?
State agent, veteran, Thomas Fassbender left a message for Culhane. Put her in the house or the garage.
The co-lead investigator phones up the DNA tech who did all the swabbing and who did all the PCR reactions and knows the outcomes. He tells her to try to put her in his house or garage. Does that indicate a conflict of interest? What do you think, Duke? Is that a potential conflict of interest?
No, that's fine. That's fine.
That's fine. It's Wisconsin.
Yeah, it's probably normal communication, right?
Correct. Just Rhonda, I don't recall. And Neverly, do you have any comments? Do you think that's a normal procedure? Or what a co-lead investigator should be doing? I don't recall.
No, I don't think that's. I can't believe they got away with it.
Yep. Just Rhonda, what about yourself?
No, it's not at all appropriate.
No. Yeah, 100% correct. And Anthony Hill goes, me. All right, Anthony, you could write your answer in chat. And what about you, Neverly? Do you think that's standard procedure?
In Wisconsin, maybe Manitowoc, or should I say on Avery salvage yard. Yeah.
Correct.
They should have really harped more on that and not let go. You know what I mean? They did mention it. They did ask it on the stand and stuff, and she confirmed all of that. But they should have highlighted that and go back to it. You know what I mean? Like make a bigger point of it.
All right. Let me ask you this, Neverly. If this had been either the Colburn case or the Murdoch case, and his attorneys had discovered that the state had asked this to the laboratory technician handling the forensic evidence, what would those two attorneys would have done and said in the trial?
Oh my gosh. Could you imagine Harputlian and what's his name? Oh my gosh. They would have been shouting again from the mountaintop. Corruption, and whatever, setup.
They would have demanded the trial to end in a mistrial.
Exactly, immediately.
I would have said, Judge, this goes to show that the case is hopelessly biased. We cannot determine whether the head laboratory technician had manipulated the results to suffice and make the co-lead investigator happy and give his wishes. I demand this case to be thrown out.
Agree.
Done. Duke.
Do you guys? Can you guys let me remind me what was the date of that message from Fassbender to Culhane?
Oh, it was the 11th. It was very early on in the investigation. It was very, very early on. That's why I don't have the slide here. I put it up 1,000,001. It was very early on in the investigation, Duke. Right? Very early on. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute. This is not months later. This is directly when she's handing all the forensic evidence. Duke.
Oh, I was just saying that timing's damning. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is extremely damning. Jack 61.
They may do this later, Doc, everybody, but talking to Dave, and that's fine, that's fine. They let him have a voice. But talking to to this guy, Dave, about this forensic stuff, I'm just curious. are they going to talk to a real expert about touch DNA? Maybe they
Well,
will. And but why didn't they do it here? Is my question.
well, and don't worry, we're going to see more of Dave. I'll bet you Dave will be present throughout the entire series. Brenda never, I could be wrong, I don't recall her asking me any questions about the DNA in this case. I maybe I've forgotten. I need to go over our recordings, but we never discussed the forensic evidence in this case.
No, we argued a lot about the old jail photo. I mean, they didn't really let us do anything about the 2005 case at all, but didn't do it.
No. So Dave is the voice of reason. He's the guy that goes from a truther to a guilter. Now, Jack 61, are there any more questions regarding that key? Neverly.
Well, I was going to just make a comment regarding Fassbender's demand, basically, to put her in the trailer or the garage, regardless of when was that happening in the trial. It was happening at the time that she was testing. So whether it was like right away or 6 months later, it does not matter. It was relevant to the occurrence, which was Cohen was doing the tests. So to me, it really doesn't matter if it was early in the case or later on. He was asking one thing, and the point in this whole thing is to place the victim in Stephen's trailer or the garage. So does it matter at what time? It doesn't. What matters is what he's saying.
That's true. But there is only one person, actually two people that can manipulate the outcome of the trial, the results. That is Cherie Cohen and Dr. Leslie Eisenberg, right? And I am highly suspicious of both of them. That's why I really hope they talk about the bones and the cremains and item FL, because I am ready. I am really ready. All right. Well, look, guys, we actually have one more slide to go. We'll finish the podcast on talking about episodes. And I believe, guys, that we've been more than fair, more than equitable, and we've devoted probably well over 4 hours talking about episode 6. Now, Jack 61, this is truly remarkable. They revealed their cards. The moment Dave talks to the Dassey and Avery supporter, because remember, Dave is a case enthusiast, and he goes directly to her. How do you explain the blood? Right, guys? How do you explain the blood in the RAV4? Now, to do this slide justice, I need 2 hours, but we'll see what we can do, right? There's no doubt that the entire narrative, how Stephen deposited his blood in the RAV4 was from the cut in his finger. If Stephen Avery didn't have a cut, they would have come up with some type of excuse that Teresa Horbach punched him, scratched him, or whatever, made him bleed. The fact that Stephen had a cut, perfect. There's your answer. Stephen Avery bled from his finger and dripped only 6 drops and flakes in the RAV4. So that's their scenario. When people pointed out at Jack 61.
Well, as we discussed, we were just, everybody talking the other day about this. They really got screwed with the flakes, in my opinion, the crust they found in the passenger side floor.
Oh,
because if he's dropping crust off of this finger, how's he bleeding if he's got gloves on to avoid fingerprints? And there are none of his fingerprints in or on any part of that RAV.
Correct.
And that's a real problem for me, Doc. Go ahead.
Correct. And to make matters worse, look what Fallon asked the fingerprint experts. He goes, did you have Teresa Horbach's fingerprints in order to compare? And I'm thinking to myself, my God, you stooped that low. You stooped that low. So in other words, the impression is, well, those latent prints could all be Teresa's, but unfortunately, because we don't have Teresa Horbach's prints, we can't actually prove it one way or another. Duke.
Well, and Stephen's prints aren't in there because Sharik Olhain doesn't know how to plant prints.
That's correct. And even the FBI will tell you that planting prints, you need to be a little bit more inventive. But DNA, piece of cake. Jack 61.
Yeah, I've read about people trying to plant fingerprints. It's extremely difficult unless you've got some, a tool or something that you can carry and put into something. But shit, I forgot my comment
about the blood fingerprints.
Well, I had one, and it was actually a good question. How you explain the blood in the wrap?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it'll come to me. It'll come to me, Doc.
Yep, that's what Dave. So Dave, all of a sudden, is now the expert, right? So he's being used as the voice of reason, the typical guilter point of reason. So he asked a very good question. Well, how did the blood get in the RAV? So the focus was on the cut on Stephen's finger, right? Now, what is interesting here is all of a sudden, the reporters focused on his finger. Notice Jack 61. Notice, guys, what they did. They zoomed in on his finger. Who told the reporters about the wound? Jack 61.
Multiple times did they zoom in on that cut, and it was Antoinette Levy that did it. I do remember my question. Yeah, I do remember my question now, Doc, and it's about the fingerprints. And I really wish Buting or Strang had asked this question. They found fingerprints on these Aquafina water bottles, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, okay, so why didn't they compare those prints to each other to see if they matched? Because they probably were Teresa's, but that question was never asked, and that answer was never revealed. Ever.
No. If that's Teresa's car, it's very likely her prints are on that car. But isn't it amazing how they gave every excuse as to why there's no prints there?
Yep.
Or that the prints are smudged. You don't expect to find Stephen Avery's prints there because of A, B, C, D. But let me tell you right now, had they found a little pinky belonging to Stephen Avery, it would have made front page news. And Stephen even said, you might find my prints on her car door. I was right next to her car door when she gave me the booklet. So he wasn't scared. What did Bobby Dassey say? No. I never touched the car. Right? So Stephen liberally said, you might find my prints. I was right next to the door. She gave me her booklet. But there's 8 latent sets of prints. No one knows who they belong to. Right? So here's the kicker. So they even made it a joke when they said, oh, yeah, okay, he bled when he went to Menards. But if someone was to plant that blood, it meant that they would have had to rush in to the sink, get the blood within 25 minutes, otherwise the blood will clot, and then put the blood in the RAV4. And the lady who was presenting, I forgot her name, she's an enthusiast, I suppose. She goes, oh, that's completely, that's how likely is that? That's really worrisome. So the number one issue is how did Stephen's blood get in the RAV4? Then they compared, now this is the kicker. Pay attention, guys. They showed the Pontiac Grand Dam. And they asked Stokey, I think, is this evidence of an active bleeder? And the answer is yes. And I agree. Stephen even said, I cut open my finger before I went over to Menards. I bled like a stuck pig. I went to go to my car to get my phone charger, and I bled all over the car. But what you note is something very interesting. What can you tell me about the droplets of the blood that you see in the Pontiac Grand Dam? What do you see? Jack
They're straight.
61.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not no scientist or anything. Those are straight down blood drops. Somebody's bleeding. You can tell.
Yep.
They do not look like that in that RAV. Nowhere.
No, none of them. But there's one important clue, Neverly.
I don't know about the important clue, but I was going to agree with Jack. The pictures of his bleeding in the Pontiac Grand Am looks proper, like authentic. You know, they're big droplets of blood. There's also smear blood on the gear shift, right? Just like
Yes.
whatever he touched, you could see. But then Brenda Schuler made a hypothesis. She says, well, if he could randomly bleed, as if you could bleed on purpose, randomly bleed in the Trans Am in one car, why is it so hard to make a leap and say he randomly bled in the RAV in the other car, which is RAV4? And when you compare those two pictures, they look nothing alike. Nothing alike.
But
Do we agree on that?
We do, but there's a clue staring you right in the face. What do you notice about those blood drops?
They're big and brown and dark and like, you know, fresh blood.
Yeah, but what else? What do you notice about those blood drops? The proximity of them.
Close together?
Close together. And they're round, they're circular. He's dripping from an open wound from above. He's dripping blood. Stephen Avery cannot control the bleeding of his wound. It's drip, 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 drip. Tell me where you find the same pattern in the RAV4, Jack 61.
Nowhere. You know, that's another thing that Kratz. That's another thing Kratz was arguing in his argument with the truther. He said that Avery had went from a straight line from the back seat. He's in the back back seat. He made a straight line to the ignition, and that's not true at all. How did it get on the CD case? It's smeared all over that CD case. Everywhere.
Correct.
And
correct.
Graphy even talked about a little bit, and you probably get to this talk about how hard it is to get prints off of certain surfaces, and it probably is. But at the same time, if he's actively bleeding, chances are there's going to be blood on at least one finger, and there's no bloody fingerprints to be found.
Correct. The blood distribution pattern in the Pontiac Grand Am is exactly what you'd expect if you've got an open wound that's actively bleeding. It means that the blood is freely dripping from his finger. And you can see it. They're small, they're round, and they are close together. Now, wait a minute.
Even the color is different than it is in the RAV.
Yep. But now we've got a huge problem. In the RAV4, you've got a solid, you have to admit, a solid droplet of blood on the metal frame behind the passenger seat. Agree?
Agree.
That's a big droplet that fell down by gravity.
Yep.
That means he is actively bleeding. Did anyone find any drops of blood outside the RAV?
No.
None. Now, wait a minute. He's actively bleeding. He just opened the back door. Is there any evidence of any blood or DNA of Stephen on any of the door handles?
No, and that would have been the hand he would have used to open the back right passenger door. He would have used his right hand.
Correct. So somehow he opens the door, doesn't leave a print, doesn't leave his blood, doesn't leave his DNA, drips solidly on the metal frame. For somehow he puts the back seats down or whatever he does. He then somehow gets in the front and smears the CD case, drips on the passenger seat, drips on the driver's seat, drops a blood flake, and then puts 2 little tiny droplets of blood on the ignition switch. That means that he is actively bleeding. Yet, if he drove the car, there's no blood on the gear shift, there's no blood on the steering wheel, there's no blood on all the items that you touch a car to drive it. Someone pointed this out to Kratz and said, was he driving the car while he was bleeding? You know what Kratz said? Oh, no, he bled after he dropped the RAV off. He changed his narrative.
How would you know?
Because he doesn't know. He's
Either
speculating.
way.
He's
Of
speculating.
course.
So now he's going, oh, yeah, no, he couldn't have been driving the RAV because it wouldn't make any sense. So now Stephen cut himself after he dropped the RAV off. Duke.
You know what the giveaway for me is, Doc? Because I am also someone that believes that blood probably came from the Pontiac. I just feel like based on your analysis of the blood and understanding, the time frame of when it came from, how it was recent, not from that vial.
Correct.
And how easy that is to switch the swab, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
For me, though, for me, it comes back to, again, the RAV being on the scene on the 5th that day and how long they had to look at it and look inside of it. They downplay this and they blame clouds and then, eventually darkness. But I'm sorry, if I were to look in that window, I would see the blood, the very least, I would see the blood by the ignition. I would. And I can understand maybe initially missing it, but but then you have Brutus who comes and gives an alert
at the back,
and Fassbender saying, based on him doing that, we knew that there was some sort of, likely blood in there, and they still don't see the blood. You tell me they're not going to look for the blood at that. So, no, I can very confidently say that the blood, at least for me, on the 5th at that point, Stephen's blood, what they said was Stephen's blood, wasn't there yet on the 5th.
No, you're correct. Stephen's blood wasn't there, but Teresa's was. Teresa's was in the back, right? And don't forget, we have A23, which is in the back. So it begs the question, what did Brutus pick up? Did he pick up A23? Did he pick up Teresa's blood inside the RAV4? And the excuse that was given by Pam of God and her daughter doesn't cut the mustard about being cloudy, we couldn't see, because Nicole took 6 pictures and the sun's out and you can see straight through into the front, right? If we were to put up those pictures now, you'd be laughing, because they were asked, right, Jack 61, right, guys, multiple times, Madam, did you see blood? Oh, it was cloudy. It was, this, it wasn't very clear. Madam, did you see blood? Oh, we weren't really looking. Madam, did you see blood? In the end, no. Now, here's something that's even more damning, right, guys? And the factor is, they were asked, did you look inside the RAV4? Yes. Some of the detectives used, what did they use? Torches. And Dave Remaker read the VIN. His nose was right up to the window. Never saw any blood. Guys, you can't get any more damning than that. A Neverly.
And they also told the Hallbacks that there was no evidence of foul play. And we learned that from Ma'am when Mike Hallback said that there was no evidence of foul play. And what did he say also at that time? He said if there were, which is a good thing, because if it were, it would be all messed up.
Correct. 100% correct. Yeah, there's a huge problem. So all the anecdotal evidence suggests that there was no blood in that RAV apart from whatever Brutus picked up. I believe it was Teresa's blood in the back. Jack 61.
Yeah, just a little side note, Duke. This is probably going to bother you. It's probably going to bother you. This may bother everyone. And this was a question asked by TikTok Manitowoc on Twitter that I picked up the other day, and it's an excellent question. This is a little side trip here, guys. I apologize for getting us slightly off topic, but Doc mentioned the 6 photos that Nicole and Pam took of the RAV. Remember, that was a borrowed camera from Scott, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I want to know, did they seize the SD card out of that camera? And if they did, where the fuck is it? Because I've never read anything about them seizing that SD card out of that camera, and they should have. That's evidence.
Correct. They printed the pictures. They printed the 6 pictures that Nicole took from the camera.
Right, but that SD card should have been taken because that's it's digital. Correct. It's evidence, but I never read anywhere about them seizing it.
And if that Jack 61, if that was a blank SD card, as in no prior pictures, that's damning.
Really damning.
That's damning.
What do you mean?
As in, the only thing that were on that SD card were the 6 pictures that were taken.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You know, like when you have a camera and it's got a 36 roll, you might have taken 12 or 14 pictures. Take my camera, take some more pictures. What Jack 61 is saying is very, very interesting, because were there any other pictures on there?
Right. Yeah, it's a really interesting question. That they should have seized that SD card. And remember, Pam of God said that Nicole hid that camera from Earl on the way in.
Correct.
Why?
That's correct.
Why the hell would you hide that camera?
Because there was the risk of Earl turfing them all out. So does that look like an open, let's search for my cousin's RAV4 situation to you? No, it doesn't. It looks like it looks like Pam of God was on a mission from God, if you know my hint.
Absolutely.
Right? They knew they were going to take pictures then and there. But anyway, we digress. Duke, do you have a comment?
Well, just to go off of what Jack said really quickly, I do firmly believe that Pam and Nicole took more than 6 photos. Because if you look at those photos, as any person who wants to investigate this case would, you would say, well, let me see if I can see the blood from these photos. And it's just so convenient that each photo we get, you don't quite have the right angle to see that ignition area. But if I was a betting man, which I'm not, maybe I am, I would bet that there is a picture that would show that ignition area, and that would show that there's no blood, and that the state, and probably Ken Kratz, went through those photos and said, let's use these 6. This will be great, and we're done.
That was kind of exactly my point. What other photos could have been on there that we never got to see? Because as far as we know, they didn't seize the SD card. Maybe they did, and it's one of those things that just fell by the wayside and was never entered into evidence. It's a real problem for me. It's an excellent question that TikTok put out.
Yeah, but not only that, it's hard to believe that they didn't take any other pictures as well on the way. Let's have a look at other vehicles. Let's take photographs while we're here. I can't believe that they just stumbled across the RAV and said, let's take 6 pictures. And if you notice how the pictures are taken, they're very, very strategic. It's all on the outside of the vehicle, right? All the identifications. And why? She goes, Pam Stern goes, we better take these pictures in case we get thrown out. And all of a sudden, remember, she became very worried and concerned about the Mexicans. Was it the Mexicans or the Spanish-speaking people? She all of a sudden became very, very concerned for her safety.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
Yep. And then, of course, we've got the so-called 5 friends of Teresa who were in the opposite corner who were, I think it was Sipple. It was Sipple who turfed them out. right? It was Sipple, because Sipple was involved in providing security. He's the one that mentioned them in his report. I think it was Sipple. Was it Sipple?
No, I think it was a Manitowoc County officer that found him. Sipple may have gotten involved, but yeah, I think it was a Manitowoc County officer that actually found him and asked him, or told him this area is locked down.
Okay. So guys, let's finish this. There's no question that Stephen bled. I think it was November the 3rd when he went to Menards, right, with his brother Chuck. So let me tell you now, there's one person who definitely knows that Stephen bled, and that's Chuck. And what is interesting is that did Stephen leave his own blood in Chuck's truck?
It's very possible because you bashed it open.
Yep, because what Stephen said was, I just ran inside and I stuck duct tape on my finger. And wouldn't it be interesting if Stephen actually had bled in Chuck's truck? We don't know. I'm only speculating. The crime lab went in and I think they did luminol treatment and they actually showed that Stephen did bleed in the sink. Duke.
Was Chuck's truck seized by the police?
Yes. Yes, it was. Flatbed. Isn't that interesting? At the same time, oh shit. Oh, that's another potential source of blood.
That's what I was getting at.
Oh God. That's another potential source of blood.
It's the same time as the Pontiac, right?
The same time as the Pontiac. Oh God. I just thought about that. Oh no. Okay. Anyway, we know that the blood is fresh. That is, it doesn't contain any EDTA. And when they aged the blood, it was 9 years older than Stephen's age, but it's definitely Stephen's blood. Why? Because the team that did the DNA methylation also did his genomic DNA profile, and it came back as Stephen. The blood sample they used was from the fabric of the car that was cut out. Now, how are you going to fake that? How are you going to fake that? I can understand how you can swap swabs, that Culhane could have potentially swapped swabs, but if that blood was planted, you have to explain how the two blood droplets got on the seats. If someone was planting that blood, potentially if they were sloppy, blood could have dripped and fallen on the seats. The rest of the blood, they could have pipetted out on the CD case and smeared it, right? So there's ways to do it. But there's no question that blood is fresh, it's Stephen's, and it doesn't contain EDTA. You can rule out the 1996 blood vial. Jack.
Doc, if there would be a real problem for me if there were no other sources of Stephen's blood, right? But there's several.
There is.
That's the problem for me, and it's speculation, it's theory, but because there is a source, there's the potential.
Yes,
because they didn't record anything. They didn't record opening that RAV. They didn't take any photo, and we should have had 4 cameras on that car. And we didn't have that. There's so much gap here, and I don't trust them. That even extends to the Wisconsin Crime Lab because, last year Sunshine Christina got the disturbed earth unfiled warrant, and we have a disappearing item with blood on it. So now that extent this distrust. I'm sorry, I'm jaded, but I've seen too much crap. I distrust their findings. I distrust what they potentially did. Sorry for rambling.
But no. But there's a problem. Who was in Stephen Avery's trailer on the night of November the 5th collecting blood swabs? Remaker?
Link.
Colburn, Bing
Colburn.
Tyson was there too.
Tyson was the babysitter.
They collected blood. Now, they didn't know whose blood it was from Stephen's trailer on November the 5th, the exact same day that the RAV is discovered. Stephen Avery's blood was also taken from the trailer and his Pontiac Grand Am, and now there's the real possibility of blood being in the flatbed truck. Because if Stephen bled profusely, and wait a minute, correct me if I'm wrong, but in his F-50 truck, there appears to be droplets of blood all over the carpet area as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Right? So he may have gone to his truck and bled in there as well, right? So there is the potential of a lot of blood that could be used, right? I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying there was plenty of fresh blood that belonged to Stephen, right? You can manipulate results. That's easy. But the hard one to explain is that if you're a planter, you would have had to have known it was Stephen's blood. Let me ask this question. Who knew that Stephen was actively bleeding on November the 3rd?
Chuck. I think Bobby.
Chuck? Possibly Bobby.
And I don't know if Earl knew or not.
Possibly. But who definitely knew that he was bleeding?
Chuck. Chuck knew. He's there.
Chuck definitely knew. I'm not saying anything else. That's very interesting. Okay. So guys, no question, Stephen bled in his sink. And I think it was luminol treated. And I think they also used an alternative light source to prove that Stephen bled. What they didn't mention in Convicting a Murderer is that Fassbender and Wiegert asked Brendan Dassey, was your uncle bleeding? Oh yeah, that's right. They asked him how his uncle was bleeding. And how many different versions did Brendan Dassey give Fassbender and Wiegert on how Stephen cut his finger?
Doc, I think
7.
it was. I think it was. Yeah, I was going to say. I think it was 7.
7, guys. 7 different versions of how Stephen had cut his finger. Right? Brendan had no idea, but that's what they went for. So the narrative is Stephen was actively bleeding from his finger, but they can't explain the blood in the RAV. As much as Ken Kratz harps on, he can't explain it. Because if he was actively bleeding, he'll be leaving bloody fingerprints. If he was actively bleeding, he'll be leaving his blood, his prints on the door handles and on the hood latch prop, the battery terminals, everywhere. Outside the RAV, there's none. To me, sorry, Jackson. To me, the cleanest explanation is that someone went in there with a little vial of blood and dripped it in and walked away. Prove me wrong.
Well, me too, because, aside from what's inside the RAV, after Fassbender gets this, prodding of Brendan, well, did you go under the hood? And he finally gets him to parrot it back. And there's nothing on inside. There's nothing on the prop arm. There's nothing on the battery cables. There's nothing on the battery. Nothing.
Correct. It actually makes no sense. So this is a funny situation, guys. Both guilters and truthers cannot explain the blood. Think about it. The guilters go, hey, he bled from his finger. Oh yeah? If he bled from his finger, why doesn't it look like the Pontiac Grand Am? Why you get such disparity and different types of blood spatter, distribution of the blood in the RAV and none outside the RAV? They can't explain it. Kratz can't explain it. As a truther or trying to get to the so-called truth, it's bizarre, right? It could only mean his brother Chuck knew that he was bleeding. That's Stephen's blood. So how did that blood get in the RAV4? It could either mean that Stephen was the perpetrator or someone else put the blood there. Duke.
It's a common theme here for me, right? And that is, when we talk about proof, right? I obviously have a really hard time believing what's on paper in this case. And that, we're 2005 is when this is taking place. It's not like, 1970 or something, or 1950 when, there's not as much technology around. Plenty of technology to be taking pictures and being able to very simply provide proof for what you're finding, where, and when. And the fact that we don't have in situ photos of this blood being inside the RAV on November the 5th is an enormous red flag. The fact that we don't have in situ photos of the bones being discovered at the pit is an enormous red flag.
Thank you.
That to me, if I had a photo from Pam Sturm that showed that blood in the RAV, I would have to think long and hard about how that blood got in there. Right?
Correct. Correct.
And I might not be sitting on kind of the same side of the fence that I am now, but the fact that they can't provide that proof, not only from Pam, I don't blame her, even though she was a private investigator. But the fact that no law enforcement was able to take any in situ photos of the inside of that RAV4 that day tells me all that I need to know. I've seen thousands of photos of things that are completely insignificant to this case that were taken.
Yes, you're right.
So bullshit that blood was in there on the 5th. You can't prove
it. You're correct. Sorry, Jack 61, I'll get you on in a second. You hit the nail on the head. All the important crime scene sites, we have nothing. Yet we've got pictures of broken glasses, pictures of statues, pictures of flowers, pictures of batteries, pictures of cartridges. In most cases, 95% incredibly irrelevant. At the crime scene sites, we got nothing.
Don't forget about the accidental picture of Bucket Man.
That you got to understand. That is the game changer that exonerated Bear. That's the game changer that exonerated that poor dog, plus the video that those two officers did of Bear just casually walking out, casually walking in. We need a bucket man moment for the cremains. I think we're getting close.
I hope Cam gives it to us.
Yep, I really do. I really do. Jack 61, do you have a comment?
Just brief, and everything that Duke just talked about, everything, plus the fact we know that they've been less than forthcoming about exactly what you talked about, and these other areas, we don't have anything. There's no photos, nothing.
Correct.
Cuss Road was a huge event, and we don't have anything on the ground near that clandestine burial site. We've got photos from 500-800 feet from a Trooper McConnell, but and it points us to a direction, but we don't have an end to it. Why not?
Yep, correct. And just going back to the blood, about all the things that allegedly they did to Teresa Horbach, right? The cutting of the throat, the stabbing in the stomach. Now, Neverly, you're in the medical profession, right?
Yes.
The throat has got a lot of major blood vessels.
Carotid artery, yeah. Yep. That's like turning on the hose.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Your stomach,
head, super vascular.
Yep. Your digestive tract has got a lot of blood vessels there.
Yep.
If you stab somebody there, you cut someone across their throat, you're going to bleed. The blood is under high pressure. You're probably going to spurt blood on the walls, on the blanket, absolutely everywhere. Mm-hmm. For a cadaver dog, it's payday. Correct?
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to be crude, but for a cadaver dog, you're not going to hide that type of forensic evidence. Yeah. It's party time for a cadaver dog. You can't have a cadaver dog go inside a bedroom and go, no, sorry, guys, not here. But I do detect something in the bathroom. And yes,
Yeah.
Brutus was correct. There were droplets of blood, right? Now, if you cut someone and they're bleeding and you move them from the bedroom to the garage, there is the likelihood of at least one droplet of blood that's going to fall to the ground. Would you guys agree?
Yes,
At least
and
one.
Nan's hand in chat, she said, wouldn't he drip blood across his deck and steps going into his house? That would be convenient. Yes, absolutely.
Correct.
But remember, guys, what Fallon said regarding the cutting of the throat? He said it was a nick, and she bled internally.
She bled internally,
So
correct.
first, they almost decapitated her, and then it was a nick, and she bled internally.
Correct.
Nice.
Correct.
Yeah.
100% correct.
And I want to say something controversial over here.
No.
Because I cannot let it go. I should, but I cannot. And I don't know the relevance, but I'm just going to say it. The relevance is that it was Buting in his book, Illusion of Justice. He was on the case of Ralph Armstrong, who was convicted and imprisoned for life for killing a woman, his girlfriend or a ex-girlfriend or a woman, one woman, right? And I think they found sperm on the bathrobe belt. I forgot all the details. And the case is really controversial. It's really fishy, very suspect, because the witnesses said that it was a short, dark man with curly hair, where Mr. Armstrong is over 6 feet, white with long, scraggly hair, and so forth. And guess what? At the end, he won the parole. He went, appeal. He went on appeal and he won it. It took him years and years and years, as expected. And you know who was the actual perp? It was his own brother.
His own brother. Yep. Yes,
so
I
they
remember
used
that.
the DNA as it was like a close match. I don't know how many loci of how many, at a time and whatever. So shit like this happens. And I'm not saying anything about Stevens Brothers or whatever, but it prompted me to think about that case, because it does happen and not everybody has the same moral ground like, normal people do. Just saying. So if you haven't read that book, Illusion of Justice, or heard about the Ralph Armstrong's case, please take a look. It's fascinating.
I agree. 100% agree. And one day we should do a presentation on that case. But the other thing, of course, is that I think his first name was David Coford, who was a lead laboratory technician, a guru. He planted blood. He planted blood in a car that belonged to the cousin of the two guys that got initially charged and convicted. This was a Nebraska killing many, many years ago. The lead technician planted evidence in a car that belonged to the victim. And this was used to help charge those two guys who, in the end, were exonerated. They were completely innocent. And Matt Livers was given the read technique by I think several detectives, and he said, "Oh yeah, he was involved in the double murder, and him and his cousin, he implicated his cousin. They both got charged, and then they actually found the two killers who admitted, yep, they're the ones that did the crime, and they said, we did it ourselves. Nobody else helped." And can you believe the detective to this day still believes that Matt Livers and his cousins were involved? They can't admit they made a mistake. So guys, people with skills can still plant forensic evidence in order to get a conviction. It happens, guys. And David Coford went to prison for 2 years. All right. Jack 61.
Yeah, Nan's Lap has been looking for this report. I apologize, Doc. This is the report that Kucharski wrote about finding the key. If you can see down here it says he entered the doorway of the room immediately 1 foot away from the pointed to the front and said, "There's a key here."
Correct.
This is Kucharski's report, page 147, Naslaf, just so you can have it for reference. I wanted to pop that on right quick, Doc.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
so I've talked many times about reports and how they're generated, what's recalled and what happened versus what's put in the report, didn't I? And I went into a long dissertation about how you can make anybody look innocent or guilty, or, omit information or put a little bit more. So this is nothing new. And I'm not shocked to see that at all, because they had to check off boxes. And not everybody was on the in. And Kucharski,
No.
and I mean, no disrespect to that guy. He probably feels like he's doing the right thing and that he knows what he's doing and whatever. And I wasn't there either. But this is just the proof that reports can be very, very deceiving, and they could be fabricated. And what did our friend Cochet say? The DNA could be manipulated and fabricated. So
That's
if
correct.
DNA can, so could reports.
Oh yeah, it's easy. It's easy.
Yeah.
100% easy. But Duke, do you have a comment?
Well,
Thank
just
you, Neville.
really quickly to Neverly's point there, and I want to give a shout out to this other podcast that's recently been talking about the cases.
Attorneys?
Yeah,
The
it's
two attorneys?
called Defense Diaries, and it's two attorneys from Illinois that are starting to dabble into this case. And it's very fascinating to hear their take. And again, to Neverly's point, one of the first things that I grabbed from them, because again, these are attorneys speaking, and I know that we have some experts as well, but I'm not an attorney, so I listened up. And one of the first things he said, he goes, "I'm looking at this case report, and there's no
dates.
There's no
Time.
dates of when the reports were written."
Yep.
He goes, "I've never seen reports that don't tell us when the reports are written." So that's a great point by Neverly, because again, this is all put together, and we have no earthly idea when any of these reports were actually written.
Yep, correct. And that could be written well after the fact. And which is interesting, right, Jack 61? Because that's exactly what happened with Jason Jost and Sipple. The fire chief wants you to write a report.
Yeah.
But Sipple and Jason Jost, right? Yep. And just to answer Duke's comment, isn't it interesting how those two attorneys have already mentioned Jason Jost really early on?
Yep.
They mentioned Jason Jost. I'm there. I wonder if they come up to the same conclusions we have, Jack 61.
Yeah, I've only got to listen to one of their podcasts, but it was really good. They only made just a couple of minor mistakes with names, but that's understandable. But really good. And others have listened to, all 6 episodes, I think, that are out, and I really liked it.
Correct. Duke, do you have a comment?
Yeah, and just last point about them, which I do encourage people to go listen to. Here's the thing. We here at Foul Play are obviously known to be on kind of the truther side of things and believe in the innocence of Stephen and Brendan. However, we've come to that conclusion through a lot of work. And while some people might be coming into this now and saying, okay, they're biased because they only believe in the truth. Well, we've come to the conclusion because of the research we've done. And so the reason I mentioned Defense Diaries is because they are coming from a very neutral perspective. They're really open to if what they find proves to them that Stephen and Brendan are guilty, they're gonna shoot it straight, just like we would.
Well, there's a new podcast.
And so
that is
I would again, I'm not a betting man. How many times am I going to say that? I'm not a betting man. Maybe I am, but I would be willing to bet that they're going to come to a very similar conclusion that we've come to. But
but what's impressive, Duke, is that they're being very thorough And furthermore, they have gone through every report piece by piece and reading every report piece by piece. It's just incredible the way they've gone about it. It really is amazing that they've gone into a lot of depth into their analysis, and they call it as they see it. Amazing.
Yeah, and
Dr. Silkman. No, go ahead.
Yeah, last
just
thing.
Give me 2 minutes, guys, and I'll be back.
No problem. Real quick, and then go ahead. I just I've spoken to Bob, who's the guy who
Bob Motta, Motta, right?
Yes,
The attorney.
Because it's Bob and his wife, right? That do that podcast. I've talked to Bob, and I think at some point it would be great for us once maybe they're wrapped up with their series, however long it takes. I've joked with him, and he's kind of joked openly now that he's like, it might take 100 podcasts because he does want to go through everything. But it would be great to have them come on maybe after they've gone through their series, have them come onto the podcast and share with us what they've kind of the conclusion they've come to. So
Sure, that would be great if you have that relationship with him. I remember when I was listening to it, he mentioned you in specifically, and foul play. Yeah, he did. Yeah. Nan's Life 7 made a great point. She said, we are also seeing a typed report and not the actual officer's report, which again confirms what we were talking about. He could be dictating all of this, or he could be saying, this is what I saw, observed, said, and heard, and somebody else could be typing that. And that happens a lot. And you could just say, okay, sign here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they essentially have to get their story straight, right? And which is incredible, because this is an amazing segue, which we'll do next week. I'm going to prove to you that they didn't give a damn about the MTSO officers being on the property. I'll prove it to you, right? They didn't give a damn. Like, you know how there's all this big kerfuffle about impropriety, it didn't look good, conflict of interest. Bullshit. I'll prove it to you, right? In the next reading with the crew. And I promise, oh, jeepers, we better get stuck into this reading with the crew because there's so much good stuff coming up. And I know that Duke's going to do some presentations. But to be honest, I felt that we needed to devote the time looking at this particular episode because they'd presented a lot of forensic evidence and we needed to discuss it. In time, I would do a full rebuttal about Robert Fabian and particularly Blaine Dassey, and I'll bring in Brendan Dassey. You will be shocked what they said about that burn barrel and prove to you that none of them are trustworthy at all. It's just pure rubbish. Jack 61.
I want to bring up one more time this whole discovery of this bone on the 8th. Holy Jost goes get Sipple. Sipple goes and they go get Sturdivant. And they do all their thing. They don't call Wiegert and Fassbender to this scene. They wait an hour and a half to call the crime lab to the scene.
Yes.
And they wanted their sifting equipment. They didn't necessarily want their help, but they ended up helping. But I found that all that highly weird. On top of that, they didn't call the coroner. They didn't call a coroner either, which is state law. To further, go ahead, Doc.
Which is interesting, Jack 61, because in the next week, in the next reading with the crew, we're going to be talking about the transition from how they treated the MTSO officers that had their hands on the majority of the forensic evidence and how they treated Deborah Kakach. And it's very revealing their strategy. And I believe that they did have a strategy in place for Deborah.
Oh, I do too. But beyond that, this is the 8th. D.I. Shetter doesn't find out until the 11th that it was actually Jost that found this bone, and he's like, I just pulled him to a direction. Well, then, in the all this interim, well, Lieutenant Sepple from Queso wants to talk to you. So they
Yep.
another phone call, and you go through all that. Well, I'll just come up there.
Yeah,
It is complete madness to me. Complete madness.
it is. Look, as you know, we'll discuss it after. I'll get Duke on in a second. It's interesting. You have just found the victim. You're the hero. You've cracked the case. You found the victim. No one wanted to take ownership of those cremains.
Nope.
No one. No Jost, not Sipple, nobody. What did Errol say? I'm not touching this.
Yeah, I'm not taking any pictures. You guys have altered the fucking scene. I'm not photographing the stuff.
And that is extremely revealing. Duke.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Well, let me just put it this way. The fact that Fassbender and Wiegert come to the key and not the burn pit is one of the biggest red flags. But like you said, Jack, everything about this bone discovery, I hate to say it, but I feel like, the night that the episode on the bones comes out, because we do know an episode in Convicted Murders titled The Bones, I feel like I'm a kid on Christmas, I'm so excited to see what they're going to say. And I do hope that they give us something new, whether it's a new image.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Anything new, we're gonna gobble up 100%. Well, look, let me just finish this slide because this is the last slide for today. What really got me, I was beside myself, and that's Brenda Schuller talking to Groffy and asking Groffy, well, if you're going to plant blood in the RAV, how are you going to do it? Right? And then Groffy goes, because he went inside the RAV4 and he did a presumptive test for blood. And if you look at the picture on the bottom right-hand corner, he goes, oh, I just touched the blood, just lightly touched the blood, because he knew he got caught. What he did a swipe. You can see the swipe pattern in the blood. What he did was he got a Q-tip, he put a solution on it, he took a swipe of the blood, because remember, the blood in the RAV would have been dried and desiccated. Wouldn't have been easy to get a swipe. He simply swiped it up, then put on a solution, saw that it turned pink, and he goes, yep, it's blood. Along comes Culhane and does exactly the same thing. Culhane was asked, what did you do? I did a presumptive test. Did it prove positive for blood? Yes. Then what did you do? I took another swab for my DNA analysis. Think about it, guys. That's 3 swabs on the blood near the ignition, which meant, in effect, they diluted the blood that was on the key ignition switch by 3 swabs. And Groffy goes, oh, I just lightly touched it. See how he's got his fingertips? I'm thinking to myself, you have got to be kidding. And then Brenda asked him, well, can you explain that, Mark? And he's sort of coming, well, no, it was rubbish. A Jack 61.
Dr. Silkman.
Yeah. Yes.
Just briefly, my hair was on fire too, Doc. I couldn't believe he said
Easy.
Barely touch it. What? It's dried blood, dude. No. I know that better than that.
No. It wasn't fresh blood, right? As in blood that had just been dripped on there. It was dried, desiccated blood. You need to take a swipe. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult to get that sample off the surface of that plastic. Neverly.
Could you just remind everybody who Groffy is? Is he a forensic analyst?
Yeah, well, he's a part of the crime lab, and he was the first one that went in there. His job was to take photographs.
Yeah, his job at that time was imaging specialist, photographer, blah, blah, blah. It wasn't to take, a presumptive test, but he was told to do that by, I think, Stalky. but there was a supervisor there that was directing the show. I can't remember, I always forget her damn name.
Yes, that's right. That's right. There was.
Yeah,
I don't think it was Marie Beth Veriali. I think it was somebody else.
It was. Yeah. God damn it. I always forget her name, but there was a supervisor there that was directing the show.
Yep. That's 100% correct when they brought the RAV down there. So Groffy was meant to photograph the vehicle. No, somebody asked him to do a presumptive test. So, yeah, basically what they were trying to do is to get out as much media information, much information in the media saying, oh, yeah, we found male blood. Oh, yeah, we found female blood. You know, they wanted to get that out ASAP. All right. Well, look, guys, we've almost reached open mic territory here, Jack 61. What's going on?
Yeah, we're 5 hours and 9 minutes moving into 10.
Oh my
God. Yep.
Well, look, guys, and we still got nearly 50 people listening in, which is awesome.
It is.
Again, guys, look, thank you so much. I hope that you've enjoyed the podcast, and it's been great to have gone over this episode. I think we have done justice. We spent over 5 hours looking at the main points that were discussed. I'm getting a rebuttal ready for the burn barrels and what people said about Stephen Avery's burn barrel, and I'm sure Duke will pipe in as well. What we might have to do, Jack 61, we might have to do just a special podcast if we're going to talk about Cam.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Rather than trying, because I'm very keen to continue with reading with the crew, because we've got a lot of very important stuff. And the fantastic thing is it's going to dovetail directly with Cam, especially when they talk about the blood, the bullet. It's been fantastic the way we've been able to parallel our stuff. But I'm very, very keen to continue the Reading with the Crew series. But then again, it would have been remiss of us not to have mentioned what they talked about in this episode, guys, because this is where they actually spent time talking about important forensic evidence. So I think it was definitely worth doing, but we may have to do a special podcast if we're going to just talk about Cam. All right, guys. Some rumor has it, member for 6 months, foul play obsessed. Fantastic. Thank you so much, guys. Well, look, again, I think today's podcast has been really, really fantastic. We've talked about various elements that they introduced in Convicting a Murderer. I'm very happy that they introduced these elements rather than spending nearly 50% of their time destroying and vilifying Stephen Avery's character. This is where we should be spending most of our time on, looking at the forensic evidence. I think that's very, very important. All right, guys. Well, look, thank you so much.
Just one comment one more comment about episode 6 before we get out of here. There was a departure, really, from attacking Steve, and they really went into attacking Mam itself. It was a very noticeable switch up, very noticeable. I just wanted to add that in.
Correct, 100% correct. First of all, they vilified the suspect, completely destroyed him. Yep. Now they're going after the directors, the movie makers, Moira, her sidekick. They're trying to discredit them and pull them apart, right? Through creative editing, spooky music, changing people's minds about Andrew Colburn and other detectives, etc., etc. So it's been a shift, but at least now we've got some form of way to rebut what they have been presenting. Thank you so much, guys. So what we'll do, we'll close the podcast, but I'd like to quickly go around the panel. Tell us how you're coming along and how things are happening for you. Jack 61.
Yeah, Doc, I'm still remodeling my backyard, as you can see with my, front end loader. So that's still going on. It's been a great podcast, going over, some of the elements in episode 6. Really enjoyed it. I think it was important that we do to try to stay current. People are very interested in this, so I think it's important that we talk about it. For tomorrow, for the open mic, we're going to start in on the 2022 radio transmissions. Now, there are not as nearly as many of those as there are phone calls, but there's still quite a few. So we're going to start at the very beginning, November 3rd, of what we have or that we got last year, and we're just going to go through them. And if I'm sure there's going to be sections that people are going to be like, "What? What did I hear?" I guarantee it. Guarantee it. Happens every time. And then, of course, Tuesday, don't forget Rhonda's podcast. She's moved. Rhonda and Kay and Cherie have moved their podcast to Tuesday while Cam is going on. And then, of course, Thursday will be another episode of Cam, and that's pretty much the week, Doc. Thanks so much, guys. Thanks so much for everybody in the live chat. It's been really good, really great discussion.
And we've held our numbers right throughout 5 hours, which has been fantastic.
It has. It shows a lot of dedication, people that are really interested in what we find, and we're after the truth, wherever that goes. And that's fact. Wherever it goes, that's where we're going to follow it.
Correct. And I'd just like to add that our last podcast that we did where we talked about Cam has nearly had over 1,000 views. And that's fantastic. So I think there is a lot of interest in getting feedback. Plus, your comments in the chat have just been, you lit up the channel for sure. Awesome. Next, we have Duke. And thank you, Duke, for coming on the panel.
You guys hear me now?
Yeah, you're on. You're on.
Okay, beautiful. Yeah, thanks again for having me. And, I, of course, am one that is just really excited to share more of some of the research I've been doing. But, responding to Cam, I think, is extremely important. And I'm excited to do so. And like I said, I'm excited for the Bones episode. So stay tuned, and there'll be much more from me.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Duke. You're welcome anytime. We love your passion and your wisdom, also your knowledge, and we've had a lot of great discussions, and that's what it's all about. Asking some tough questions, try to come up with some answers, and I cannot wait. I bet you we're going to see photographs we have never seen before, which will be, now that we've looked at the jigsaw puzzle, hopefully they can provide clues that can close things. Be very interesting. Thank you so much, Duke. Next we have, I don't recall. How are you coming along?
Oh, I'm doing well. And thank you for another interesting podcast. It was enjoyable to knock down or destroy the false narrative that they are putting forth, and want to continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it is important not to just spend 5 minutes and just to scoff. And don't forget, guys, we have gone through both MAM 1 and MAM 2 in very, very fine detail. Plus, I think we're the only group in the world that has gone through Ken Kratz's book in the manner that we did. We did 63 podcasts, taking his whole book apart. And guess what Cam is using as their foundations for their series, Ken Kratz's book. And I'm sure Duke will have a big chuckle when he showed the photograph in his book about the bone fragments entwined with the wire. Right, Duke? Oh, that's going to be very interesting.
You mean the insulation, right?
The insulation, yep, correct. Just completely crazy. All right, and finally, we have Neverly. Neverly, how are you coming along?
Oh, I'm coming along splendidly. As much as I was huffing and puffing at first, I'm like, I'm not going to watch Cam and blah, 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 expecting what I turned out to be proof. You know, how in the first couple episodes they showcased us and it was all, they made us, attempted to make us look stupid, taking things out of context. And the thing that I'm upset about is that we didn't get to talk to about this case, Teresa's case. Yeah, that's really amazing. I thought, I'm like, okay, we're going to be thorough. We're going to go from the beginning, the 85 case, which is very, very important, which is like the genesis of this case, right? So, never mind. Now, I am like, yeah, sure, Thursdays, we'll watch that. Not that I take any pleasure from watching it. I actually fall asleep, mostly, because there's nothing really new. And as I said, there's some factoids. Okay, 15 seconds missing, and they use what we already talked about. I don't want to repeat myself. The editing, but I come back down to the evidence. Was there any evidence that Teresa was brutally raped, not by one, but by two men, butchered, cut up, dragged around, and at the end, cremated? There is no evidence. Show me the evidence, and maybe I'll start thinking, I'm like, oh, well, And at the end of the day, again, Stephen and Brendan happen to be the main characters in this case. If it was anybody else, I believe 100%, 1,000% that we would be still doing this case. It has nothing to do with Stephen and Brendan. It has to do with Teresa and with the injustice. So if it's Stephen or Brendan or Peter or Paul or John, it doesn't matter. What matters is, first of all, what happened to Teresa? And second of all, did these two people, Stephen and Brendan, get the fair trial, the due process? That's what's important to me. And that's pretty much it.
Sorry, I was muted there. Yep, 100%
it's
correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, look, thank you very much, guys.
I want to thank you, Dr. Silkman, for carrying on flawlessly this marathon 5.5-hour podcast. I didn't even feel it that it was like this long, because the chat was popping, the questions and comments were just coming right up, all relevant, and we're also getting to know each other, to trust each other, and to value comments. Whether we agree or disagree, it really doesn't matter. If it's done in a civil matter, and if we're going in the same direction, which is the truth, then everything's fine.
Correct. But the other thing that I'm sure people will be impressed is our wide knowledge base, right? The fact that we can recall information from all over the place, documents. Jack 61 will put up an extract from a paper or a document, or play a phone call or whatever. We've got it at our fingertips. That's the difference, right? We're not just casually commenting on convicting a murderer. We're actually countering it and presenting in a different opinion, different viewpoints. The fact that they're so over-reliant on speculation is a disaster, right? Is a complete disaster. So, the question is, today, would a jury have found both Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey guilty, or is there plenty of reasonable doubt? So far, from what I've seen, there's plenty of reasonable doubt, right? So I hope we get more information from the series Convicting a Murderer. But anyway, guys, please, if you've enjoyed the podcast, leave your DNA on the thumbs up button. And guys, please subscribe if you're new. Thank you very much for joining us. And we'll all see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
And with that, I'm going to say this has been a Foul Play production.